There are moments in history when a single quiet departure fractures the world more deeply than any war or empire ever could. In the fading light of an ancient evening, when the Zhou dynasty trembled under corruption and the air smelled of resignation, an old man mounted a pale water buffalo and began a journey toward the western mountains. His robes were coarse, the color of earth left untouched by ambition, and his eyes carried the stillness of someone who had studied the rise and fall of power until power no longer impressed him. The gatekeeper who watched him approach that night would later say that the man seemed less like a traveler and more like a shadow returning to a place that had been waiting for him. This old man, known to us as Lao Tzu, did not speak loudly. He did not command armies. He did not seek reputation. Yet, in that lonely crossing at the Western Gate, he transformed the destiny of civilization. Some say he had grown weary of a world that worshipped noise more than wisdom. Others whisper that he had already seen the collapse of dynasties long before they crumbled. There are even stranger stories suggesting he was not merely a philosopher, but a keeper of an older knowledge, one that predated kings and belonged to the rhythm of rivers and the silence of winter. When the gatekeeper, Yin Shi, begged him not to vanish into the endless desert, Lao Tzu paused, not out of obligation, but out of compassion for those who still sought a gentler way to exist. In a flickering room lit by a single candle, he wrote a short scripture. Just 5,000 characters. Just enough to rebuild a world. Tonight, beside the glow of our own small fire, we follow that scripture into the heart of wealth, purpose, and the invisible current that shapes all fortunes. If this journey speaks to you, I invite you to like the video, subscribe to the Echoes of Wealth channel, or support this work so these long-form stories may continue flowing to those who need them most. There is a particular silence that belongs only to deserts. It is not the silence of empty rooms or abandoned temples, but the immense quiet of a world that has forgotten how to hurry. It was into this vastness that a young envoy named Zhang Qian stepped, long before the Silk Road existed, long before China knew what treasures lay beyond its western horizon. He was not a hero when he began. He was simply a man ordered to carry a message, a man with no army, no glory, and no reason to expect his name would survive the dust of time. Yet the strange thing about destiny is that it rarely arrives in triumph. More often, it comes disguised as misfortune. Zhang Qian's mission began with optimism, but barely had he crossed the frontier when he was captured by the Xiongnu. Most envoys would have withered in despair. Many before him had vanished entirely. But Zhang Qian did not force escape. He did not rage or break himself against the walls of his captivity. Instead, he observed. He learned. He waited. Nearly 10 years passed in that patient stillness. A decade that could have been wasted became instead a decade of quiet transformation. He married. He gained the trust of those who watched him. And when at last a path opened and he fled into the wilds, it was not the desperate flight of a man who had been imprisoned, but the measured stride of someone who had spent years studying every grain of sand beneath his feet. He reached Bactria, and from there he discovered kingdoms that China had never imagined. vineyards that grew grapes the size of thumb bones, horses that sweat blood during battle, markets bursting with goods that shimmered like dreams in the sunlight, textiles that would one day drape emperors, roads that pulsed with life. No one in China had known that such worlds existed, but Jiang Qian saw them with the clarity of someone who had learned, through forced stillness, how to truly look. He returned home not as a triumphant conqueror, but as a man who had allowed the world to reveal itself to him. A single envoy, once forgotten in captivity, now held descriptions of lands that would change Asia forever. China would soon begin trading silk, jade, spices, lacquerware. In return would come gold, glassware, seeds, new animals, and ideas that would reshape philosophy and art. Civilizations that had once been strangers would now be connected by a single ribbon stretching across mountains and deserts. What is astonishing about Jiang Qian is not merely the magnitude of what he accomplished, but the manner in which he accomplished it. Not through force, not through conquest, not through exertion, but through alignment, through patience, through an understanding that the world often moves more wisely than we do. His journey was the embodiment of an ancient principle that Lao Tzu wrote centuries earlier. The principle of doing without forcing, acting without aggression, allowing the natural flow of circumstances to become your ally instead of your adversary. Wu Wei. People misunderstand this term. They imagine it means idleness, a kind of spiritual laziness. But that is the language of those who have never watched a river carve mountains. Wu Wei is power that does not need to announce itself. It is movement without noise. It is effortlessness born from deep alignment. What Jiang Qian did was not inaction. It was the highest form of intentional action. He flowed with events rather than fighting them. While others demanded control, he cultivated presence. While others rushed toward objectives, he let the path reveal itself. And because he did not force the world eventually opened to him. This is the same principle that governs the architecture of real wealth. Not the loud, frantic wealth built on speculation and panic, but the kind that endures for generations. The kind that grows while you sleep. The kind that is rooted so deeply in the structure of reality that no storm can touch it. Every decade has its own Silk Roads. They are never announced. They are never advertised. They are discovered only by those who are willing to move with the natural momentum of the world instead of trying to overpower it. These roads might be technological shifts, demographic waves, new markets, new systems, new ways the world is reorganizing itself. They are currents waiting for someone quiet enough to feel their pull. Jiang Qian did not create the Silk Road. He discovered the current. He aligned with it. He allowed it to carry him. And in doing so, he changed the economic destiny of continents. But beyond the historical grandeur lies a smaller, more intimate truth. One that whispers through the centuries. One that sits quietly beside the fire with us now. Sometimes the greatest movement in your life begins not when you push harder, but when you stop pushing at all. Sometimes the most transformative opportunities are visible only to the unhurried mind. Sometimes the future comes not to those who chase it, but to those who are still enough to notice when it appears. This is the essence of effortless power, the secret of empires, the hidden rhythm behind lasting prosperity. Even after Jiang Qian returned to the Han court, the emperor did not fully grasp the magnitude of what stood before him. Reports of distant kingdoms felt like fantasies told by travelers who had stared too long into desert heat. Yet there was something in Jiang Qian's tone, something in the steadiness of his voice, that suggested he was not describing wonders, but inevitabilities. He spoke of horses whose strength outmatched any cavalry in China. He spoke of grapes that could survive long journeys and be cultivated at home. He described a land where gold was so abundant that it glimmered on the bridles of ordinary riders. What he brought back was not treasure. It was direction. The court scribes recorded his words, and as ink dried on bamboo slips, the old world began to shift. Something subtle moved beneath the surface of the empire. A current, faint at first, like the tremble of a river about to find its course. The emperor sensed it. The ministers sensed it. Even the merchants, who pretended not to care for politics, sensed it. The Silk Road was not built by force. It was born from the recognition of a pathway already waiting to be walked. But Jiang Qian's influence did not end with his discoveries. For a time, he lived in quiet obscurity, his work done. Yet the world had one more lesson to extract from him. Years later, he was sent out again, older now, slower perhaps, carrying once more the fate of an empire in his hands. This time, the journey would not be heroic. Sandstorms lashed his caravan. Supplies ran thin. His health waned. He failed to reach his intended destination. In the eyes of the court, it was a defeat. In the eyes of history, it was something else. He returned with reports that the powerful Daiwan kingdom had not collapsed as China had hoped. They remained resilient, organized, and ready for alliance. Though he had failed in his diplomatic mission, the intelligence he carried proved invaluable. The very fact that he returned at all was a quiet miracle, one earned not through strength, but through endurance. This is where his story becomes truly profound. His first mission had revealed unknown worlds. His second, less triumphant mission revealed something even more valuable: the necessity of persistence that does not rely on force. Many people believe greatness belongs only to those who conquer obstacles with roaring ambition. But history shows again and again that the most transformative moments belong to those who do not give up, even when the path refuses to brighten. Jiang Qian had no dramatic victory on his second journey. Yet every step he took in that harsh desert carved deeper channels into the map of the future. To walk with the world instead of against it, one must accept that results do not always resemble expectations. Sometimes the treasure is not the destination, but the knowledge acquired along the way. Sometimes the influence we have is not the influence we intended. Lao Tzu spoke of this gently when he wrote that a good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. He meant that when we cling too tightly to outcomes, we miss the opportunities forming quietly beneath our feet. When we fix our eyes rigidly on a single goal, we become blind to the greater path unfolding around us. Zhang Qian never forced his name into legend. It drifted there naturally, carried by the quiet gravity of what he had observed. His life teaches a truth many modern minds forget. It is not the intensity of action that shapes destiny, but the purity of alignment. Not the speed of movement, but the accuracy of direction. If he had panicked during captivity, the Silk Road would never have come into being. If he had fought for escape, he would have died. If he had rushed home with incomplete knowledge, China would have ignored him. His patience gave birth to trade networks that would last for thousands of years. His acceptance of reality allowed him to rise above it. His refusal to force outcomes made him a conduit between worlds. This, too, is the architecture of passive wealth. It is not built by frantic effort. It is not sustained by relentless pushing. It grows in the same way the Silk Road grew, through an invisible recognition of currents, through patient observation, through the humble acknowledgement that life will reveal opportunities only to those who do not drown them with noise. Great fortunes, the kind that endure, are formed by those who can see where the world is moving before the world itself realizes it. They find the flow already underway. And instead of trying to create it from nothing, they simply step into it. That is the deepest meaning of effortless power. It is the art of listening to the direction of reality and allowing your life to follow its natural gradient. A gradient that is already carrying you somewhere, if you would only stop forcing your feet to move in the opposite direction. When Zhang Qian finally stood before the emperor for the last time, he was no longer the ambitious young envoy who had first set out across the frontier. His hair had thinned. His face had weathered into lines shaped by wind, hunger, and contemplation. Some in the court whispered that he looked more like a hermit than a statesman, a man touched more by silence than ceremony. Yet when he spoke, the hall quieted, because he carried something that cannot be faked. He carried clarity. He was not telling stories to impress. He was transmitting patterns, tracing the invisible threads that connected distant kingdoms into a tapestry larger than any single empire. His voice did not rise. It flowed, measured and calm, the way underground rivers move unseen beneath the earth. He described routes carved by ancient caravans, paths that stretched through valleys so narrow the sun barely touched them, and plains so wide that riders vanished like insects on an endless sheet of gold. He spoke of cities that glowed with hammered bronze, of markets where languages collided like flint and steel, sparking new ideas from every exchange. He described places where Chinese silk fetched prices weightier than silver, places where craftsmen worked with metals China had never seen, places where cultures mixed so deeply that a traveler could not tell where one civilization ended and another began. Every minister in the hall knew they were hearing something unprecedented, something that demanded a new kind of thinking. Because Zhang Qian was not merely describing regions. He was describing opportunity. He was describing flow. And behind every detail lay a quiet message. The world rewards those who are willing to travel beyond what they already understand. This is why Jiang Qian's journeys became the backbone of the Silk Roads. Not because he built them, but because he revealed a truth that had been sleeping in the mountains and deserts all along. Trade was not an invention. It was a recognition, an awakening, a realization that wealth is not created by isolating oneself, but by stepping into the movement of life. And this is where his story intersects with the heart of the Tao. Force creates friction. Friction creates stagnation. But alignment creates flow. The most powerful rivers do not crush the stones in their path. They move around them with patient inevitability. Over time, the stones soften. The river widens. What once seemed like an obstacle becomes part of the river's character. Jiang Qian did not attempt to bend the world to his will. He let the world reveal its shape and then moved with it. This is why his life became a bridge between civilizations rather than a footnote buried in forgotten scrolls. Where others saw danger, he saw possibility. Where others raced, he paused. Where others clung to certainty, he surrendered to discovery. There is another story about him that is rarely told. After his final mission, when he tried to secure alliances along the western frontier, he encountered resistance from kingdoms that had tired of foreign influence. His delegation was harassed, delayed, sometimes refused entirely. Yet he did not respond with anger. He returned to the Han court and reported these failures with the same calm precision he brought to his victories. He understood something essential. Failure and success are not opposites. They are variations of the same movement. Each one reveals a direction. Each one clarifies the next step. In fact, Jiang Qian's failed negotiations taught China more about the limits of diplomacy than any triumph could have. It taught them where not to push, where not to waste resources, where alliances were illusions, and where danger hid beneath polite words. Sometimes the flow of the world reveals itself through roadblocks rather than open doors. That is part of Wu Wei too. To not fight what resists you. To not force what refuses to move. To know that a blocked path is instruction, not punishment. Years later, long after he had died, new envoys, generals, and merchants followed the roads he had mapped with his footsteps. They carried silk that shimmered like moonlit water. They returned with horses whose power redefined warfare. They brought seeds that transformed agriculture. They carried glassware that glittered like frozen rain. They exchanged philosophies that reshaped entire schools of thought. Civilizations rarely transform through sudden invention. They transform through contact. A single meeting of cultures, repeated thousands of times, until the old world dissolves into something wiser, richer, more intricate. Jiang Qian became the quiet hinge upon which the ancient world turned. And beneath all of it was a principle so subtle that only those who listen deeply can hear it. You do not need to create the current. You only need to learn how to enter it. Every fortune, every empire, every movement of lasting significance began the same way. A person witnessed a pattern, a shift, a quiet reorganization of the world. And instead of resisting, they stepped into it, allowing themselves to be carried toward a destiny larger than anything they could have forced into existence. This is the beginning of effortless power. This is the foundation of passive wealth. This is the ancient truth hidden within the origins of the Silk Road. As the decades passed, scholars began to write about Zhang Qian with a tone usually reserved for legends. Yet when you examine the fragile slips of bamboo that record his life, you'll notice something striking. The ancient historians never praised him for charisma, bravery, or brilliance. They praised him for something far rarer. They praised him for consistency, for steadiness, for a kind of unyielding patience that made his presence feel inevitable, as if he were part of the landscape itself. There is a lesser-known story about the final years of his life. After his travels, when his body had begun to tire from the distance he had carried it, he lived quietly near the capital. No mansion, no parade, no wealth beyond a modest stipend granted in gratitude. People who visited him described a man who sat in his courtyard beneath a willow tree, sipping warm water and listening to the movement of wind. He owned no ornaments. He attended no feasts. His days were simple, marked by the rhythm of sun and shadow rather than the noise of ambition. One minister recorded that when asked whether he regretted the hardships he suffered during his missions, Zhang Qian simply smiled and said that regret comes only to those who believe they could have forced the world to behave differently. He said that the world is a vast river and that human beings are merely reeds along its edge. To fight the current is to break. To accept it is to understand. This remark stayed with the minister for years because it contradicted everything that defined political life in the imperial court. Power in those halls was loud. It was sharp. It was frantic. Ministers clawed for influence. Generals schemed for territory. Merchants bribed officials for access. The court was a theater of force, a place where everyone believed fate belonged to the most aggressive hand. Yet here was a man who had changed the contour of the world through the opposite quality. Not aggression, not force, but quiet alignment. One evening, during the Lantern Festival, when the city glowed like a constellation spilled upon the earth, Zhang Qian was invited to a gathering of officials. One of the younger generals approached him and asked directly how he managed to accomplish so much with so little, how he survived captivity, how he navigated foreign courts without threats or leverage, how he convinced emperors to listen to news that sounded impossible. Zhang Qian answered with a story rather than an explanation. He told the general about a night during his captivity when he stood alone under a desert sky, watching the constellations shift. The Xiongnu guards had left him unchained because he had proven himself gentle, harmless, unthreatening. He looked up and realized that the same stars shone upon the palaces of Chang'an, the same stars shone upon the vineyards of Bactria, the same stars shone upon kingdoms he had not yet discovered. In that moment, he understood that the world was not a collection of isolated regions. It was a single organism, breathing through different lungs. Force, he realized, was always local, but flow was universal. A man who fights the world becomes trapped within his own walls. A man who moves with the world travels farther than anyone can follow. The young general did not fully understand. How could he? He was forged for battle, taught to see power as something seized by strength. But those words lingered in him. Years later, after he himself grew older and quieter, he finally understood what Jiang Qian meant. There were rumors that Jiang Qian developed an ability during captivity that few people around him ever recognized. They said he learned to read gestures the way a sailor reads wind. A slight tightening of the jaw, a shift of weight, a glance toward the horizon. They said he could sense danger before it fully formed. And they said he never explained this ability because he believed it was not a skill, but a consequence of stillness. When you stop forcing the world to respond to your desires, the world begins to reveal itself with startling honesty. This is why the Silk Road could only have been born through someone like him. A man who embodied the principles of the Tao long before the court ever rediscovered them. He lived the wisdom Lao Tzu had inscribed in 5,000 characters. He demonstrated the truth that power is not the ability to control events, but the ability to align with them until they carry you beyond the limits of imagination. His life teaches us something enduring: that the world is always unveiling new currents, that fortune is always flowing somewhere. That opportunity does not hide from us. It moves past us in plain sight while we rush in the opposite direction. The question is not whether there is a path. The question is whether we are still enough to notice it. In the final season of his life, Jiang Qian withdrew further from courtly affairs. His body had grown frail, but his mind remained clear, and those who visited him often left feeling unsettled, as though they had glimpsed something they were not fully prepared to understand. One scholar described him as a man whose silence carried more weight than a minister's loudest decree. Another wrote that speaking with him felt like listening to a river under ice, the movement hidden but unmistakably powerful. There is a final anecdote often overlooked in the official histories. It concerns a young merchant who sought Jiang Qian's counsel before embarking on a trading expedition to the western regions. This merchant, bright and ambitious, arrived at Jiang Qian's modest courtyard expecting maps, instructions, and strategies. Instead, Jiang Qian welcomed him with a bowl of warm barley tea and invited him to sit beneath a fig tree whose branches stretched in all directions. The merchant launched into a list of his concerns: bandits, weather, market prices, political tensions. He spoke quickly, nervously, as if speed could protect him from uncertainty. When he finished, Jiang Qian said nothing. He simply reached down, picked up a fallen fig, and placed it gently in the merchant's hands. He asked, quietly, if the young man could force this fruit to ripen faster than nature intended. The merchant shook his head. Could he force it to grow sweeter? Again, no. Could he keep it unspoiled forever by gripping it tightly? Of course not. Jiang Qian closed the young man's fingers around the fruit and said that trade, like nature, cannot be accelerated by fear or controlled by anxious force. It grows in its season. It reveals its sweetness only when treated with patience, and it spoils instantly in the hands of those who cling. Markets were rivers, not soldiers. They responded to rhythm, not orders. A wise trader observed the current and placed himself where the water was already moving. The young merchant left confused. Only years later, after surviving droughts, wars, and shifting prices, did he finally understand. The fruit had not been a metaphor. It had been instruction. Wealth was not something you push into existence. It was something you position yourself to receive. This is the ancient heart of Wu Wei. Not laziness, not passivity, but an intimate partnership with reality itself. Most people imagine that success requires constant pressure, constant force, constant grinding of the spirit. They treat life like a door that will only open if they pound it hard enough. But the Tao suggests something radical. It suggests that force is the weakest form of power. That loudness is a sign of insecurity. That pushing reveals fear. That a person aligned with the natural flow of events achieves more by doing less and loses more by trying to control everything. Look again at Jiang Qian's story. He was captured because he acted. He survived because he stopped acting against the world. He observed, and therefore learned. He learned, and therefore saw. He saw, and therefore changed the history of continents. The Silk Road itself is the strongest symbol of this truth. It was not a single road, not a straight line, not a grand project carved by kings. It was a network of natural paths that had existed for centuries, used quietly by nomads, hunters, and tribes. Jiang Qian did not create it. He perceived it. And once he returned with knowledge of its existence, China recognized that these paths were already flowing with life. They only needed to be entered, not invented. The greatest wealth in your life will appear in the same manner, not as something you squeeze into existence, but as something you are finally still enough to notice. There are always Silk Roads forming around you. New industries, new technologies, new shifts in culture, new needs emerging from old systems, new shortages waiting to be filled, new desires waiting to be understood. These movements are never visible to those who force their way through life with clenched fists and restless minds. But they are almost luminous to those who practice Wu Wei. Effortlessness does not mean inaction. It means clarity. Clarity reveals opportunities. And opportunities, once seen, require less force and more acceptance. Jiang Qian's life is a mirror held up to our own. We will either move against the current, exhausting ourselves until our spirit cracks, or we will learn to glide with the flow, allowing momentum to carry us farther than ambition alone ever could. This is the essence of effortless power. This is the first teaching in the Tao of money, where true wealth begins not with force, but with alignment. There are certain stories that do not age. They drift through the centuries like lanterns carried down a river, their glow undiminished by time. Among these is the tale of a single afternoon when a quiet strategist faced an approaching army without soldiers, without weapons, and without fear. It is a moment that reveals more about the power of calm flexibility than any battle ever fought with steel. The city was nearly empty when Zhuge Liang climbed to the top of its walls. The great strategist, revered even by his enemies, had been left with only a handful of older men and a few musicians. Most had fled. Those who remained were too weak to fight. Outside the gates, dust rose in towering plumes. An army was approaching. Not a modest force, but the full might of Sima Yi, a commander known for his suspicion, brilliance, and ruthlessness. He had laid traps for emperors. He had crushed rebellions. He had waited out famines without blinking. And he despised Zhuge Liang. If Sima Yi captured the strategist alive, his victory would echo through every province. The wind carried the distant thunder of marching feet. Horses, armor, banners flapping in a harsh metallic rhythm. There was no question of resistance. Zhuge Liang could not fight. He could not flee. The walls would soon be surrounded. Most men in his position would have pleaded with heaven or prepared for death. But Zhuge Liang was not most men. Those who knew him often said that his mind moved like water, filling whatever shape the world demanded, never clinging to rigid plans. He believed that survival belonged to those flexible enough to slip through danger like bamboo bending in a storm. So he sat. He asked his attendants to sweep the courtyard. He lit incense. He opened the gates wide, exposing the empty streets. Then he walked to the top of the walls, took out his kin, and began to play. The music drifted across the approaching army like a whisper of smoke. Soft, unhurried, completely incongruent with the terror of the moment. Sima Yi reined in his horse and squinted at the sight. There was Zhuge Liang, seated calmly, as if welcoming an honored guest rather than an executioner. No chaos. No visible troops. No panic. Only serenity. For a long moment, Sima Yi said nothing. His officers urged him to attack, to seize the opportunity, to claim his rival's head. But Sima Yi was a master of suspicion, and Zhuge Liang was a master of using that suspicion against him. The music continued, slow as drifting leaves. Sima Yi began to imagine that the empty streets concealed hidden soldiers, that the silence masked an ambush, that Zhuge Liang's calmness meant he held a secret advantage. And so, in one of the strangest reversals in military history, the mighty army turned around. They retreated, not because they were defeated, but because they imagined they were defeated. All because a man did not panic. All because a man chose flexibility instead of force. All because a man understood that the mind is a battlefield, and fear is its sharpest weapon. This moment, known as the empty fort strategy, is often portrayed as a miracle of psychological brilliance. But beneath its theatrical surface lies a deeper truth about Zhuge Liang. He did not win because he pretended to be strong. He won because he refused to react. His power came from stillness, from adaptability, from a willingness to let the situation shape his response rather than clinging to rigid expectations. In the teachings of the Tao, this is the essence of bamboo. It bends. It yields. It survives storms that shatter oak and stone. Zhuge Liang embodied this principle from youth. Born into a family ruined by political chaos, he spent his early years as a farmer in Longzhong. He plowed fields with the same seriousness with which he later commanded armies. Neighbors recalled that he would sometimes stop in the middle of work just to observe the wind moving through the grasses, studying how the stalks swayed and realigned. He would touch a bamboo stalk and marvel at its strength, supple yet unbroken. He once wrote that people should strive to become like bamboo, which stands tall not because it is rigid, but because it knows how to bend. A soldier clings to strength and breaks. A strategist clings to flexibility and endures. This philosophy shaped every decision he ever made. It shaped alliances. It shaped negotiations. It shaped retreats. It shaped victories. He believed that the world was constantly shifting, and that only those who shifted with it could survive. And this truth, carved into the life of one of China's most revered minds, holds the key to a deeper wisdom, one that resonates far beyond the battlefield. Because in our own lives, we are faced with storms far greater than armies. Markets collapse. Industries change. Opportunities vanish. Relationships transform. Dreams dissolve and reform in shapes we never expected. And the question is always the same. Will we shatter like oak or bend like bamboo? Zhuge Liang's calm on that wall was not courage. It was clarity. He understood something essential that most people ignore. That when life closes in, rigidity is death. Only flexibility opens escape routes. Only adaptability creates new paths. Only the mind that yields can see the opportunity hidden inside danger. This is the beginning of the bamboo strategy. A way of living. A way of thinking. A way of building wealth that can survive storms no rigid plan can endure. After the retreat from the empty fort, whispers rippled through the land. Some claimed Zhuge Liang possessed supernatural foresight. Others said he had bewitched Sima Yi with ancient rites. A few insisted that he had hidden troops in underground tunnels, poised for a surprise assault. But those who truly understood him knew the truth was far simpler and far more profound. Zhuge Liang had mastered the art of meeting the world as it was, not as he wished it to be. And because he met reality without resistance, reality revealed possibilities that force would have shattered. There is a detail often forgotten in retellings of this tale. When Zhuge Liang began playing the qin atop the walls, his attendants trembled. Several begged him to flee. One even proposed disguising him as a farmer and smuggling him out through a side gate. Zhuge Liang only smiled at their panic. He asked them a simple question. If he ran, what would he be running toward? If he hid, what would he be hiding from? If he fought, what would he be fighting for? The city had no soldiers. Its walls could not hold. Force would only quicken the inevitable. But flexibility, the gentle shifting of mind and posture, opened a path no army could block. He told his assistant something that has been preserved in a handful of rare manuscripts. He said that when danger becomes certain, anxiety is useless. That in such moments one must trust in what remains rather than lament what is lost. He said that there is always a narrow hinge of possibility, and that hinge reveals itself only to those who do not panic. This was Zhuge Liang's true gift. He did not defy the world. He read it. His mind was like water poured into any vessel, taking its shape without losing its essence. There are stories from his time as Chancellor of Shu that illustrate this even more vividly. When drought ravaged the southern frontiers, Officials demanded strict rationing and harsh penalties for hoarding grain. Zhuge Liang disagreed. He argued that fear breeds selfishness, and selfishness worsens hunger. Instead, he ordered communal granaries to be opened. He invited people to take what they needed, without punishment or shame. The court was horrified. They believed the stores would be emptied within days. But something unexpected happened. Because the policy removed the fear of starvation, people took only what they required. Hoarding ceased. Trade stabilized. Farmers shared surplus among neighbors. The granaries lasted far longer than the court had predicted, and the region recovered. His flexibility restored balance where strictness would have created chaos. And this reveals a principle rarely spoken aloud in history books, but central to understanding Zhuge Liang's genius. He did not treat situations as enemies to be conquered. He treated them as conversations. He listened. He adjusted. He responded, not with force, but with the exact pressure that the moment required. His decisions were rarely rigid. They were responsive, like bamboo recognizing the direction of the wind. He once wrote a passage, preserved in the Shuji, a lesser-known chronicle containing personal reflections. In it, he compared great leaders to bamboo forests. He said that bamboo does not resist the storm because it enjoys yielding, but because it understands that yielding is survival. That rigidity is a form of ego. That flexibility is a form of wisdom. That to endure is nobler than to appear unbreakable. This philosophy shaped even the way he dressed. While other officials wore heavy, ornate robes to signify power, Zhuge Liang preferred lightweight garments stitched from natural fibers. He believed clothing should not hinder movement or burden the body. To him, simplicity was not frugality, but freedom. There is a painting from the Ming Dynasty depicting him with loose sleeves fluttering in the wind, as though he were carved from air rather than flesh. This clarity of posture extended into his military strategies. When confronted by enemies who expected aggression, he offered patience. When confronted by rivals who expected rigidity, he offered flexibility. He rotated crops in barren regions. He shifted supply lines through river routes instead of mountain passes. He employed negotiations when war seemed inevitable. He planted mulberry trees along the frontier to create long-term silk production, strengthening the economy for decades beyond his own life. Every decision was a subtle bend of bamboo. Small, gentle, yet powerful. And here is where Zhuge Liang's life intersects with the deepest truths of wealth. The world changes. Fortunes shift. Markets tilt. Industries swell and collapse. Currencies rise and fall like seasons. Entire professions vanish and reappear in new forms. Those who cling to rigid plans break. Those who cling to a single career path snap under the weight of change. Those who rely on one source of income shatter when crises arrive. Those who cannot adapt perish quietly, even if they appear stable for a time. But those who bend thrive. Those who adjust survive. Those who observe the shifting winds reclaim their power. Those who cultivate flexibility turn volatility into opportunity. This is the wealth strategy hidden inside the empty fort. It is the truth that saved a city. and it is the truth that will save anyone who learns to embody it. Because in the end, wealth does not belong to the strongest. Wealth belongs to the most adaptable, the ones who meet the world as it is, the ones who shift without fear, the ones whose minds can change shape without breaking. As Zhuge Liang aged, the legend of his strategic brilliance grew, but those closest to him often remarked that his most remarkable quality was not his intelligence. It was his temperament. In the midst of crisis, he possessed a composure so steady it unnerved even his allies. Not because he was fearless, but because he understood that fear is a reaction, while clarity is a choice. One story from his later campaigns demonstrates this almost eerie equanimity. During the northern expeditions, when Shu sought to reclaim the territories lost to the Wei Kingdom, Zhuge Liang led his troops deep into enemy lands. Supplies were limited. Terrain was unforgiving. The soldiers were exhausted from marching through dust storms that erased the horizon and left the world looking like an endless sheet of clay. One evening, as they set up camp near the Wei River, scouts reported that an enemy detachment had slipped around their flank. They would be surrounded by dawn. Panic broke like a fever through the camp. Some officers demanded an immediate retreat. Others argued for burning their supplies to avoid capture. The men quarreled until the night seemed filled with the noise of fear. Zhuge Liang remained silent through it all. He walked to the edge of the riverbank, knelt beside the water, and simply watched the current. The river was low that season, its surface clear enough to reflect the moon in a single, untouched circle. After several minutes, he picked up a smooth river stone and turned it over in his hand. Then he smiled. When he returned to the anxious officers, they gathered around him, desperate for instruction. Zhuge Liang told them that the enemy was not preparing an ambush. They were repositioning for supplies. Their horses were weak from lack of water. Their commander was known for caution and would never risk battle on an empty stomach. The scouts had misread the situation. There was no danger at dawn. There would be no attack. They would meet resistance, but not entrapment. Zhuge Liang ordered the men to rest, to refill their water skins, and to sleep without fear. His officers were bewildered. How could he possibly know? Why was he so calm? What did the river reveal that they could not see? Zhuge Liang told them something gentle and unsettling. He said that fear distorts time. It makes the future appear closer than it is. It makes danger seem inevitable. It makes the mind rigid. But when the mind is calm, it becomes like still water, and in still water, the reflection becomes clear. He explained that the enemy detachment's speed was too slow for an encirclement. Their position was too off-angle for an attack. Their supply wagons were too far behind. Every detail pointed not to aggression, but to exhaustion. The scouts were not wrong about what they saw. They were wrong about what it meant. This is the essence of flexibility. To see what is there, not what fear invents. To interpret movement without the distortion of emotion. To shift your understanding as new information emerges. When dawn rose, Zhuge Liang's prediction proved correct. The Wei troops bypassed the hill entirely, heading instead toward a freshwater spring miles away. The Shu army continued safely on its route, morale restored, the officers humbled by their own rigidity. This ability to read the world without imposing one's own fear upon it gave Zhuge Liang an advantage no enemy could mimic. It also made him a deeply unusual figure in a time when ambition was often expressed through a display of unwavering certainty. But certainty, in Zhuge Liang's view, was a brittle form of intelligence. True wisdom breathed. It flexed. It evolved. He understood that a plan was only as strong as its ability to change. This is why he drafted not a single strategy for each campaign, but entire families of strategies. He prepared layers of contingencies, not because he feared failure, but because he recognized that the world itself was alive, shifting like weather, and that a wise strategist moved with the storm rather than against it. This mindset flowed into every aspect of his life. His letters to colleagues were filled with reminders to cultivate softness. His administrative reforms in Shu were designed to adapt to differences in terrain, climate, and culture. He encouraged local leaders to modify regulations rather than enforce them blindly. In military matters, he preferred mobile units to rigid formations. In governance, he favored negotiation over punishment. In diplomacy, he valued patience above pride. If you study his decisions across the years, you will notice a pattern. He rarely committed fully to any extreme. He navigated the center, not to avoid conflict, but to preserve maneuverability. The center was not neutrality for him. It was strength. It was freedom. It was the space where change could be received instead of resisted. This same truth governs the accumulation of wealth, not just the creation of wealth, but the endurance of wealth. Fortunes built on rigidity collapse when the world changes. Fortunes built on flexibility survive every season. A rigid mind clings to one career, one skill, one plan, one trend, one source of income, one way of thinking. A flexible mind evolves, adding layers, expanding possibilities, shifting when necessary, bending without breaking. The bamboo strategy is therefore not merely a historical principle. It is a financial law, a spiritual law, a law of survival. To become like bamboo is to become unbreakable, not because you resist everything, but because you resist nothing that must be yielded to. Zhuge Liang's life is a long, flowing lesson in this truth. In war, it saved armies. In famine, it saved villages. In politics, it prevented collapse. And in our lives, it becomes a guide not only to stability, but to lasting, adaptable, compounding prosperity. Not long before his death, Zhuge Liang wrote a letter to his son. It remains one of the most tender, private documents in the history of Chinese literature, not because it contains dramatic revelations, but because it reveals the core of the man behind the legend. It is a letter often referenced, but rarely read in full, for its language is gentle, reflective, and painfully honest. He wrote to his son that ambition without humility destroys itself, that brilliance without calmness scatters like dust in the wind, that strength without softness breaks, and that a life lived rigidly, in pursuit of admiration, will eventually starve the soul. He urged his son to cultivate a mind that could bend in every season, a spirit that did not cling to status, a heart that could adapt without betraying itself. He told him to study quietly, to speak little, to observe constantly, and above all, to be like bamboo, graceful, resilient, and empty enough inside to channel the wind. This idea of emptiness is often misunderstood. People associate it with vacancy or lack. But Zhuge Liang saw emptiness as capacity, the ability to hold more because one is not cluttered by stubbornness, pride, or fear. A full cup cannot receive water. A rigid mind cannot receive new understanding. A person who thinks they know everything is incapable of learning anything. Zhuge Liang believed that true power rests in being able to change shape without losing substance. There is a story from early in his life that illustrates this subtle, inner flexibility. Before Liu Bei sought him out as an advisor, Zhuge Liang lived as a recluse, farming the land and studying the world from his thatched hut at Longzhong. Visitors often mistook him for an ordinary farmer, for his clothes were simple and his posture unassuming. One traveler recorded an encounter where he asked Zhuge Liang for directions, unaware of who he was speaking to. Zhuge Liang responded with warmth, guiding him not only to the path he sought, but suggesting better routes depending on the weather. It was only later, when the traveler heard local villagers refer to him as the Sleeping Dragon, that he realized he had spoken to a man considered one of the greatest minds of his time. The traveler returned to Zhuge Liang and apologized for his informality. Zhuge Liang only laughed softly and said that the world would be easier if more people spoke plainly to one another. His laughter reveals something essential. This was not a man who needed to perform intelligence. He had nothing to prove, because his sense of self did not depend on external validation. This inner looseness, this unclenching of ego, allowed him to adapt to roles easily: farmer, poet, strategist, administrator, diplomat. He changed forms without losing essence. There is a quiet power in being capable of becoming many things. This same softness shaped his political philosophy. While other leaders pursued rigid laws and strict punishments, he believed governance should resemble the movement of nature, steady, responsive, and adaptable. He once wrote that a leader should guide people the way a gardener guides plants, never forcing growth, but creating conditions for it. He believed that systems must be flexible enough to accommodate human complexity, or they would snap under strain. During his campaigns, he was known for adjusting plans quickly when circumstances shifted. Once, during the southern campaign against the tribal leader Meng Huo, Zhuge Liang captured Meng Huo 7 times and released him 7 times. Advisors begged him to execute the rebel and end the conflict. But Zhuge Liang understood that crisis would simply re-emerge if the root cause remained. By releasing Meng Huo repeatedly, he allowed the man to witness the futility of resistance, the sincerity of Shu's governance, and the respect Zhuge Liang extended even to his enemies. On the 7th release, Meng Huo knelt and said that he could finally submit wholeheartedly. The rebellion ended without further bloodshed, not through force, but through flexibility. Zhuge Liang recognized that true peace came from transforming the heart, not crushing the body. Another example of his adaptive mind appears in his reforms of the Shu military. Rather than copying Wei's armies or Wu's naval tactics, he built hybrid units that could shift between formations depending on terrain. He taught soldiers how to rotate positions fluidly so that even inexperienced troops could compensate for veterans during difficult battles. This allowed smaller forces to withstand far larger armies because flexibility multiplied strength while rigidity reduced it. This principle carries profound weight in our lives. Most people build their futures in straight lines. One career, one skill set, one way of earning, one method of solving problems, one definition of success, one identity. But the world is not a straight line. It never has been. It never will be. Those who cling hardest to a single form become the first to break when reality changes its shape. Zhuge Liang's entire life teaches the opposite. The person who can shift becomes the person who can survive. The person who can survive becomes the person who can prosper. And the person who can prosper, consistently and quietly, becomes the person whose influence lasts beyond their own lifetime. Flexibility is not weakness. It is mastery. It is intelligence expressed through motion. It is wisdom expressed through adaptation. It is power expressed without violence. And in the landscape of wealth, nothing matters more. Not long before his death, Zhuge Liang wrote a letter to his son. It remains one of the most tender, private documents in the history of Chinese literature, not because it contains dramatic revelations, but because it reveals the core of the man behind the legend. It is a letter often referenced, but rarely read in full, for its language is gentle, reflective, and painfully honest. He wrote to his son that ambition without humility destroys itself, that brilliance without calmness scatters like dust in the wind, that strength without softness breaks, and that a life lived rigidly, in pursuit of admiration, will eventually starve the soul. He urged his son to cultivate a mind that could bend in every season, a spirit that did not cling to status, a heart that could adapt without betraying itself. He told him to study quietly, to speak little, to observe constantly, and above all, to be like bamboo, graceful, resilient, and empty enough inside to channel the wind. This idea of emptiness is often misunderstood. People associate it with vacancy or lack. But Zhuge Liang saw emptiness as capacity, the ability to hold more because one is not cluttered by stubbornness, pride, or fear. A full cup cannot receive water. A rigid mind cannot receive new understanding. A person who thinks they know everything is incapable of learning anything. Zhuge Liang believed that true power rests in being able to change shape without losing substance. There is a story from early in his life that illustrates this subtle, inner flexibility. Before Liu Bei sought him out as an advisor, Zhuge Liang lived as a recluse, farming the land and studying the world from his thatched hut at Longzhong. Visitors often mistook him for an ordinary farmer, for his clothes were simple and his posture unassuming. One traveler recorded an encounter where he asked Zhuge Liang for directions, unaware of who he was speaking to. Zhuge Liang responded with warmth, guiding him not only to the path he sought, but suggesting better routes depending on the weather. It was only later, when the traveler heard local villagers refer to him as the Sleeping Dragon, that he realized he had spoken to a man considered one of the greatest minds of his time. The traveler returned to Zhuge Liang and apologized for his informality. Zhuge Liang only laughed softly and said that the world would be easier if more people spoke plainly to one another. His laughter reveals something essential. This was not a man who needed to perform intelligence. He had nothing to prove because his sense of self did not depend on external validation. This inner looseness, this unclenching of ego, allowed him to adapt to roles easily: farmer, poet, strategist, administrator, diplomat. He changed forms without losing essence. There is a quiet power in being capable of becoming many things. This same softness shaped his political philosophy. While other leaders pursued rigid laws and strict punishments, he believed governance should resemble the movement of nature: steady, responsive, and adaptable. He once wrote that a leader should guide people the way a gardener guides plants, never forcing growth but creating conditions for it. He believed that systems must be flexible enough to accommodate human complexity, or they would snap under strain. During his campaigns, he was known for adjusting plans quickly when circumstances shifted. Once, during the southern campaign against the tribal leader Meng Huo, Zhuge Liang captured Meng Huo 7 times and released him 7 times. Advisors begged him to execute the rebel and end the conflict. But Zhuge Liang understood that crisis would simply re-emerge if the root cause remained. By releasing Meng Huo repeatedly, he allowed the man to witness the futility of resistance, the sincerity of Shu's governance, and the respect Zhuge Liang extended even to his enemies. On the 7th release, Meng Huo knelt and said that he could finally submit wholeheartedly. The rebellion ended without further bloodshed, not through force, but through flexibility. Zhuge Liang recognized that true peace came from transforming the heart, not crushing the body. Another example of his adaptive mind appears in his reforms of the Shu military. Rather than copying Wei's armies or Wu's naval tactics, he built hybrid units that could shift between formations depending on terrain. He taught soldiers how to rotate positions fluidly, so that even inexperienced troops could compensate for veterans during difficult battles. This allowed smaller forces to withstand far larger armies, because flexibility multiplied strength while rigidity reduced it. This principle carries profound weight in our lives. Most people build their futures in straight lines. One career, one skill set, one way of earning, one method of solving problems, one definition of success, one identity. But the world is not a straight line. It never has been. It never will be. Those who cling hardest to a single form become the first to break when reality changes its shape. Zhuge Liang's entire life teaches the opposite. The person who can shift becomes the person who can survive. The person who can survive becomes the person who can prosper. And the person who can prosper, consistently and quietly, becomes the person whose influence lasts beyond their own lifetime. Flexibility is not weakness. It is mastery. It is intelligence expressed through motion. It is wisdom expressed through adaptation. It is power expressed without violence. And in the landscape of wealth, nothing matters more. There is an old legend whispered among the ancient jade craftsmen of Khotan, a place where the stones glimmered like frozen moonlight and the rivers were said to hum with a strange, metallic music. The story tells of a master craftsman who lived more than 2,000 years ago, during a time when jade was valued not only as treasure, but as the breath of heaven itself. His name was Yansheng, and though few records remain of his life, his legend has survived in the quiet workshops and mountain markets of the Silk Road. According to the tale, Yansheng was not born into wealth or privilege. He was the son of a herder, raised beside the Urungkash River, where the stones rolled smooth and cold beneath the current. As a boy, he would wade into the water and feel the riverbed with his toes, searching for the faint, glass-like touch of jade. He once said that jade must be found with the body, not the eyes, because its glow hides from those who seek it too desperately. That belief would come to define his entire life. When Yansheng was a young apprentice, he worked under a famous jade carver known for his harshness. The master demanded precision, control, perfect pressure from every angle. He forced his students to grip their tools tightly, to hold their breath as they carved, to dominate the stone into obedience. Many apprentices cracked their jade. Some even cut their hands. The workshop echoed with frustration. Every mistake felt like a personal failure. Yansheng struggled, not because he lacked talent, but because he sensed something wrong in the approach. When he held the tools too tightly, his hands trembled. When he forced the stone, it splintered. When he carved with fear, the jade resisted him. It was as if the more he tried to control it, the more the stone rebelled. One night, after a long day of fracturing yet another precious stone, Yansheng walked alone to the river. He sat by the bank until moonrise, listening to the soft rush of water. The river did nothing, yet it shaped everything. It wore down mountains without lifting a single finger. It carried boulders as if they were paper. It polished jade until it gleamed like starlight. Yansheng placed his hands in the water. The cold traveled up his arms like a slow revelation. If the river could shape jade without force, perhaps the craftsman must learn to do the same. The next morning, instead of gripping his tools tightly, he loosened his fingers. Instead of pushing the blade against the stone, he allowed the blade to rest, barely touching. Instead of carving with the intention to dominate, he carved with the intention to follow. His mentor ridiculed him. Other apprentices mocked him. But within weeks, Yansheng's pieces began to show something astonishing. The jade did not crack. The lines flowed smoothly. The figures emerged naturally, almost effortlessly, as though the stone had been waiting for someone to listen rather than command. Rumors spread through the marketplaces. Merchants began to seek him out. They said his carvings had a softness that other pieces lacked, a feeling of breath and motion, as if the spirit inside the jade remained unbroken. Some whispered that his work held good fortune, for the stones seemed more alive in his hands. Then came the turning point. A wealthy nobleman brought Yansheng a large, flawless piece of nephrite, asking him to carve a dragon coiling through clouds. The stone was worth more than anything Yansheng had ever touched. His mentor had tried carving a similar piece once, years earlier, and fractured it beyond repair. Most craftsmen refused such commissions entirely, fearing the shame of destroying something so valuable. Yansheng accepted the task. But he did not begin carving immediately. For 3 days, he simply held the jade. He rolled it in his palms. He pressed it to his cheek. He studied the way light moved across its surface. He said he was listening to the stone's intentions, waiting for it to reveal its shape. When he finally began, his movement was slow, almost meditative. He allowed the blade to glide rather than slice. He turned the stone gently, following its natural grain. He carved not with domination, but with surrender. Weeks passed. The nobleman grew impatient. Other craftsmen warned Yansheng he was being reckless. But the dragon slowly emerged with a grace no one had seen before. When Yansheng delivered the finished piece, the nobleman wept, not out of sentimental emotion, but from the shock of witnessing perfection born without force. They say that dragon carving still sits somewhere in the remnants of an old Khotanese palace, sealed away after centuries of conquest and sandstorms. If it still exists, it has likely outlived kings. From that moment onward, Yansheng became known as the Master of Gentle Hands. He transformed jade carving into something closer to spiritual practice. He taught apprentices not to grip their tools tightly. He told them to breathe with the stone, to treat it as a partner rather than an adversary. His philosophy spread across the Silk Road, influencing craftsmen for generations. And in its echoes lies a paradox of power so profound that it touches every domain of human life, including wealth. The more tightly you cling, the faster things break. The more you force, the more you lose. The moment you stop grasping, the moment you allow instead of strain, the world begins to reveal its deeper currents. This is the paradox at the core of Taoist wisdom. This is the paradox of jade. This is the beginning of learning how to let go. Yansheng's reputation grew until merchants traveled thousands of li to study the touch of his hands. It was said that even when he held the hardest jade, his fingers moved with the softness of mist rolling down the side of a mountain. The more skilled he became, the lighter his grip grew. Many found this paradox impossible to comprehend. How could mastery require less effort, not more? How could strength emerge from gentleness? How could control arise only when one stopped trying to control? A foreign trader from Bactria once visited his workshop, bringing with him a rare block of pale green jade that shimmered like water under morning light. The trader expected to see a grand display of carving techniques, tools arranged in intimidating rows, apprentices positioned like soldiers. Instead, he found Yansheng alone, seated cross-legged on the floor, sanding a tiny figurine of a lotus with nothing but a strip of leather and river sand. The trader watched in disbelief as the jade responded to the craftsman's touch with a kind of obedient grace. Yansheng did not force the curve of each petal. He allowed it to emerge. He did not impose shape onto the stone. He discovered what the stone wanted to become. When he finished, he placed the lotus in the trader's hands. It looked impossibly smooth, as if shaped by centuries of river flow rather than human skill. The trader asked Yansheng how he achieved such perfection. The master replied, softly, "That perfection arises the moment fear leaves the hands." He explained that the greatest enemy of every craftsman is not lack of skill, but the desire to control an outcome. Fear of breaking a piece makes the hands rigid. Fear of failure makes the breath shallow. Fear of losing value makes the carver push too hard. And the stone, sensing fear, resists. But when fear dissolves, tension melts. The blade follows the natural line. The stone relaxes, and the shape hidden inside the jade reveals itself with astonishing ease. Jade, Yansheng said, does not respond to force. It responds to trust. The trader could not forget those words. Later, long after he returned to Bactria, he told others that meeting Yansheng changed his understanding of wealth. It taught him that riches trapped in clenched fists always slip away. But riches held with relaxed confidence often grow. There is another, more intimate story about Yansheng, preserved by one of his apprentices. It occurred during a period when demand for his carvings surged beyond anything he could manage. Nobles, warlords, and foreign emissaries sent messengers daily, offering gold, silks, horses, and even political protection in exchange for exclusive rights to his work. Some accused him of arrogance when he refused. Others accused him of naivete. Why turn away power? Why turn away wealth? Why turn away the chance to rise above every craftsman of his age? One morning, after receiving a particularly aggressive request from a noble family in Kashgar, Yansheng quietly left his workshop and walked to the river alone. His apprentices followed at a distance, worried by his sudden silence. They watched as he knelt by the water and dipped a raw piece of jade beneath the surface. The current washed over it in glints of silver. After several minutes, he lifted the stone and examined it in the sunlight. Then he spoke, not to his apprentices, but to the river. Every stone is ruined the moment it becomes a prize. The apprentices did not understand until he elaborated. He said that jade, like life, carries a spirit that senses when it is being forced. When the craftsman clings to ambition, the jade becomes stubborn. When the craftsman works for gold rather than clarity, the stone grows dull. But when the craftsman surrenders the desire to impress, the jade becomes luminous. Then he turned to his apprentices and offered a lesson that would echo through centuries. You cannot carve jade when you cling. You can only carve jade when you let go. From that day onward, Yansheng accepted fewer commissions. He worked at his own pace, shaping fewer pieces, but imbuing each with more depth than any master of his era. People began to say that his carvings held the spirit of rivers, that his dragons looked like breathing clouds, that his lotus petals felt warm to the touch. Rumors spread that jade brought to him became purer, as if responding to his serenity. But another rumor emerged as well, one far more mysterious. It was whispered that Yansheng had discovered a way to carve jade without touching it, that he could hold his hands several inches from the stone and yet leave delicate patterns upon its surface. Most dismissed the rumor as superstition, but enough people believed it that the story took on a life of its own. In some versions, Yansheng had learned from the river how to move energy without force. In others, jade itself trusted him so deeply that it shaped itself under his gaze. Even if these tales are embellished, they reveal something important. People associated Yansheng with a kind of effortless mastery, not bound by ordinary limits. What they truly sensed was not magic. It was Wu Wei, the same principle that carried Luo Tzu through the Western Gate and Zhang Qian across deserts. A principle that says action without strain is the highest form of action. A principle that says what is held lightly becomes more powerful than what is gripped tightly. A principle that says letting go is not losing control. It is transcending it. Yansheng's influence grows even deeper when viewed through the lens of life rather than legend. Jade was not only a craft for him, it was a mirror for the soul. He believed that the state of one's hands reflected the state of one's mind. Rigid hands meant rigid thoughts. Gentle hands meant gentle perception. And when perception softened, the world softened in response. This is the secret behind the paradox of jade. What you release comes toward you. What you chase runs from you. What you unclench becomes yours. What you cling to fractures in your grasp. The river taught him this truth long before he had words for it. And the river teaches us still. There came a season in Yansheng's life when his fame spread so widely across the Silk Road that even distant kingdoms heard of the man who carved jade without breaking it. Caravan leaders traveling from Persia to Chang'an carried stories of his serenity like offerings. Nomads crossing the Taklamakan Desert spoke his name in the same breath as sacred springs. Some claimed that emperors sought his work not as ornaments, but as talismans of good fortune. Others said his jade carvings could calm troubled spirits or bless a household with harmony. Yet at the height of his renown, Yansheng did something that shocked every merchant, noble, and official who depended on his work. He vanished. One morning, his apprentices arrived at the workshop to find the tools neatly arranged, the stones sorted by color and size, and the workbenches wiped clean. But Yansheng himself was gone. No note, no trace, no explanation. His home was undisturbed. His sandals remained by the door. The only clue was a single piece of unfinished jade left on his table, smooth on one side, untouched on the other. People searched for him for months. Some believed he had been kidnapped by a rival craftsman. Others suspected he had been commissioned secretly by a foreign king. A few whispered darker theories that he had grown weary of being worshipped, or that the spirits of jade had taken him away. But the truth emerged years later, carried by a wandering monk who claimed to have met Yansheng in the mountains near the origins of the Urungkash River. According to the monk, Yansheng lived not as a master craftsman, but as a simple hermit. He grew vegetables in a tiny plot of land, drank from the river, and carved jade only when the impulse arose. He refused payment. He refused apprentices. He refused worldly comfort. When the monk asked him why he had abandoned the world at the height of his fame, Yansheng answered with a purity that startled him. "I left because too many hands desired to own what should never be possessed." He explained that jade carried a spirit that resisted those who clung to it for power. When men sought jade to conquer others, they dulled its light. When they sought jade to increase their status, they corrupted its essence. When they purchased his work for admiration rather than appreciation, they turned something sacred into an instrument of ego. He said that the desire to possess was the root of every fracture, in jade, in wealth, in the human heart. This is where his legend deepens, where Yansheng ceases to be merely a craftsman and becomes a philosopher whose wisdom paralleled the teachings of the Tao. For he believed that clinging to what you love is the fastest path to losing it, and that letting go is the only way to preserve beauty. One evening, the monk asked him if he ever missed his former life, the workshop, the young apprentices, the admiration of nobles, the caravans that brought exotic stones from distant lands. Yansheng smiled and dipped his hands into the cold mountain water. "The tighter you grip the river," he said, "the more of it slips through your fingers." He told the monk that he left not to escape the world, but to return to the essence of jade, the softness, the quiet, the flow, the patience. He wanted to rediscover the joy of carving without the weight of expectation. He wanted to feel again the subtle whisper of the stone guiding his hand. And he realized something more profound, that mastery loses its purity the moment it becomes performance. This belief echoed across centuries, echoed even in the political halls of Chang'an, where statesmen later compared governing to carving jade. They said a kingdom survived only when leaders stopped gripping power too tightly, when they listened, when they surrendered pride, when they guided gently instead of dominating fiercely. But Yansheng's greatest lesson emerged not from his disappearance, but from what followed. Years after the monk left the mountains, a terrible flood struck the region near Khotan, sweeping away homes, fields, and entire workshops. When the waters receded, villagers searched for anything salvageable. Most craftsmen lost everything: their tools, their stones, their livelihoods. But when the villagers reached the old riverbanks where Yansheng once gathered jade as a child, they found something astonishing. Pieces of pure jade had risen to the surface. Stones that had been hidden for centuries now glittered in the sunlight like pieces of sky. It was as if the river, in its destruction, had offered a gift. Villagers believed it was a sign connected to Yansheng. They said the river revealed jade only to those who approached it without greed. That the stones emerged because Yansheng's spirit still guided the waters. Whether this is myth or miracle, what matters is the interpretation. The people associated abundance with letting go. The flood destroyed rigid structures, but it revealed treasures hidden beneath surrender. The paradox appeared unmistakable. What force could not bring forth? Softness uncovered. What grasping could not hold? Release embraced. What ambition could not create? Humility received. This is the Jade Emperor's paradox. It is the truth that terrified men who built empires and comforted those who lived in harmony with the Tao. It is the truth that every river teaches us, every storm reminds us, every loss whispers into our bones, that nothing precious can be held by force, that nothing real is obtained through tightening the hand, that wealth does not belong to those who cling, but to those who understand when to open the palm. Yansheng's disappearance was not an escape. It was a return to essence, a return to flow, a return to the quiet power of letting go. The monk who met Yansheng in the mountains recorded one final encounter that later scholars found too poetic to dismiss as imagination. According to his account, he returned to visit Yansheng several years after their first meeting. By then, the old craftsman had aged considerably. His hair had turned white, his back had begun to bow, and his hands, once steady as moonlight on water, trembled slightly when he lifted a cup of tea. Yet when he touched jade, the tremor vanished. The monk watched in awe as Yansheng worked on a piece of river jade, no larger than a sparrow's egg. His hands, moments earlier weakened by age, now moved with the weightless assurance of a man whose body had surrendered to time, but whose spirit remained untouched by it. The carving grew beneath his fingers like a secret blooming, a curve, a line, a suggestion of wings. Slowly, a tiny bird emerged, so delicate it seemed as if it might fly away if the wind grew too strong. The monk asked how he maintained such mastery despite the frailty of age. Yansheng looked at him with a softness that carried both sorrow and serenity. When the hands surrender, he whispered, the jade shapes itself. It was not a metaphor, not to him, not after a lifetime of learning from the river. He explained that all technique, all skill, all precision he had cultivated over the years had eventually dissolved into something beyond method. His body no longer needed to force the blade. His mind no longer needed to plan each curve. Instead, he allowed intention to become spacious, allowing the stone and the moment to guide him. He said that this surrender was not the loss of ability. It was the flowering of true mastery, a mastery that no longer clung to form, ego, or expectation. The monk later reflected that what he witnessed was not carving, but communion, as if the jade remembered the river, and Yansheng remembered the beginning of all things. There was an even stranger tale that circulated after Yansheng's death. Some villagers claimed that once a year, during the thaw of early spring, faint carvings appeared on stones left near the riverbank. The marks were always delicate, spirals, petals, faint ridges like feather lines, and no one could explain them. Some believed they were the work of passing nomads or playful children. Others insisted they were messages from Yansheng's spirit, shaping the stones the way he had shaped his life, without force, without struggle, without grasping. Whatever the truth, the legend endured because it reflected something people had witnessed in him long before myth embellished his story, a life shaped by the paradox that letting go allows the deepest form of creation. There was another lesson Yansheng often offered his apprentices, though few understood it fully until they grew old themselves. He would take an unpolished stone, place it in their hands, and ask them what they felt. Most would answer that it was hard, cold, and heavy. But Yansheng would shake his head gently. Feel again, he would say. He instructed them to release their expectations and soften their breath. To listen not with their ears, but with their palms. To surrender the impulse to judge or categorize. And after a moment of quiet, he would ask again. The stone always felt different. Warmer, lighter, less rigid, more familiar. He taught them that nothing in the world reveals its true nature under pressure, only under openness. Only when the observer releases the desire to define, conquer, or possess does the world begin to show its hidden shapes. This principle extended beyond the workshop. Yansheng applied it to relationships, too. When young craftsmen quarreled among themselves, often over commissions, attention, or envy, he would tell them that jealousy is a closed fist, incapable of receiving anything new. He said that people fracture for the same reason jade fractures: tension, fear, grasping, the unwillingness to loosen one's hold on attachment. He urged them not to cling to grudges, victories, or identities forced by pride. He said that a human heart, like jade, becomes strongest when its emptiness is preserved, an emptiness not of lack, but of spaciousness, openness, capacity. This is why his apprentices worshipped him not merely as a craftsman, but as a teacher of life. For Yansheng embodied a truth few dared to admit, that the world cannot be held tightly, that beauty cannot be preserved through force, that people cannot be kept by possession, that wealth cannot be maintained by fear, that nothing living grows inside a closed hand. One apprentice recorded a quiet moment from Yansheng's final years, a moment so small, so unadorned, that most historians overlook it. But sometimes the smallest scenes contain the deepest wisdom. Yansheng and the apprentice were walking along the riverbank at sunset. The river glowed copper beneath the dying light. The apprentice, frustrated by his own failures, confessed that he feared losing his skill as he grew older. He feared being forgotten. He feared never becoming as great as his master. Yansheng stopped and stooped to pick up a pebble. He handed it to the apprentice. "Hold it tightly," he said. The apprentice squeezed. His knuckles whitened. His arm trembled. But the pebble did not warm. It remained cold, unyielding. "Now let it rest in your open palm." The apprentice did so. The pebble warmed almost instantly. Yansheng smiled, soft as the dusk settling over the river. Nothing warms to the hand that grasps. Everything warms to the hand that receives. This was not merely a lesson in jade. It was a lesson in success, in love, in purpose, in wealth, in the entire architecture of a meaningful life. The apprentice understood then what the master had been trying to teach all along, that the great paradox of jade and of existence itself is that letting go is the only path to holding anything truly. As Yansheng's life neared its quiet conclusion, the mountains seemed to cradle him in a way the world of men never had. Those who visited him during those final years said he moved with the softness of someone who had already risen above the weight of circumstances. His steps were slow, but never burdened. His breath was thin, but never strained. He carved less frequently, not out of weakness, but because he no longer felt rushed by time. The urgency that consumes most men in their later years never touched him, for he had abandoned the illusion that life must be grasped tightly to be lived fully. One evening, as the mountains began to cool and the shadows pooled like ink between the rocks, a group of villagers climbed to his small hut, carrying supplies and firewood. They feared the winter would be too harsh for him to endure. Yansheng greeted them with gratitude, but insisted he needed very little. They noticed a single piece of jade resting on his table, uncarved and faintly luminous. When one of them asked why he had left it untouched, Yansheng simply replied that some jade is meant to remain whole. Some things are sacred not because they are crafted, but because they are allowed to be. The villagers later said that in his final months, Yansheng spoke less often of jade and more often of the river. He told them that the river had been his first teacher, his truest companion, the silent guide that had shaped his understanding of the world. To him, the river was a reminder that everything moves, everything changes, everything returns, that nothing stable can be held permanently, that trying to freeze the flow of life is like trying to carve the wind. And then came the moment that transformed his story from memory into myth. During the first snowfall of winter, the monk who had visited him years before returned once more. He found Yansheng seated outside, wrapped in simple wool, watching the snow settle around him. The monk hurried to his side, worried that the cold might be too harsh for an old man. But Yansheng seemed serene, almost luminous beneath the soft white glow. The monk asked him if he wished to return to the city, to warmth, to doctors, to comfort. Yansheng smiled and replied, "Why return to the noise when the silence has already welcomed me?" He said the city was filled with people grasping at life as if it were slipping away from them, clinging to wealth as if it could protect them, clinging to status as if it could define them, clinging to time as if the seasons could be bribed. He said the greatest tragedy of humanity was not loss, but the fear of loss, the endless tightening of the heart against the natural movement of the world. He told the monk there is freedom in accepting that nothing belongs to us, not even our breath, that everything is borrowed, everything is passing, everything is a guest in our hands. And then he said something the monk carried for the rest of his life. Only the empty hand can hold the infinite. Later that night, a deep stillness settled over the mountains, the kind that feels almost sentient. Snowflakes drifted like falling silk. The monk tended the fire inside the hut, preparing tea. When he stepped out to call Yansheng in, he found only the imprint of the old man's body in the snow. Yansheng himself was gone. Some believed he had wandered into the forest and died beneath a cedar tree. Others claimed he returned to the river, allowing the current to carry him away. A few whispered that he became part of the mountains themselves, dissolving into the earth that had shaped him. But the most enduring tale, the one carried by caravans, by jade merchants, by storytellers from Khotan to Chang'an, is that Yansheng did not die in any ordinary way. They said he became light, that he turned into the glow reflected on the surface of the Urungkash River at dawn, that he became the shimmer in every piece of jade that yields softly to the touch. Whatever the truth, the legend reveals a deeper message. Yansheng's life was not about jade. It was about letting go. It was about noticing the moment when grasping becomes imprisonment. It was about recognizing the point where control transforms into loss. It was about learning that surrender is not defeat, but the beginning of alignment. His final teaching, the one that outlived his carvings, outlived his workshop, outlived his body, is simple yet transformative. What you cling to dissolves. What you hold lightly endures. What you force fractures. What you release reveals its true form. What you fear losing becomes heavy. What you welcome freely becomes abundant. The Jade Emperor's paradox is not a metaphor. It is a spiritual law, a psychological truth, a financial principle. Because wealth held through fear disappears. Wealth managed through micromanagement collapses. Wealth built through obsession blinds its creator. But wealth allowed to grow through trust becomes self-perpetuating. Systems thrive when not suffocated. Cash flow expands when not over-controlled. Opportunity flows to the mind that is spacious, not clenched. Letting go is not losing. Letting go is creating room for what is meant to stay. Yansheng's legacy teaches that the world belongs to those who understand when to release their grip. That prosperity comes not from holding, but from allowing. That life becomes luminous only when we stop trying to carve it into our expectations. This is the essence of the Jade Emperor's paradox. This is the third teaching in the Tao of money. That true wealth, like true jade, reveals itself when we stop forcing and start listening. There is a moment in every great legend when simplicity disguises genius, when an ordinary scene reveals a deeper truth that the restless world has forgotten. Few stories embody this better than the tale of Jiangxia, the old man who fished with a straight hook. The story begins on the banks of the Wei River, long before Jiangxia became the architect of a dynasty. At that time, he was simply an old scholar with gray-streaked hair and a thin frame hardened by years of wandering. Villagers often saw him seated on a smooth rock at dawn, his fishing line trailing into the water, his posture still as a mountain. Yet there was something peculiar, something almost humorous, about his method. His hook was straight. It could not catch anything. When passing fishermen noticed this, they laughed openly. Some thought he was senile. Others pitied him. A few mocked him directly, asking if he hoped the fish would throw themselves onto his line out of pity. Jiangxia only smiled and continued fishing without bait, without lure, without curve. Rumors spread quickly. One said he was too poor to afford proper equipment. Another insisted he was performing a ritual to appease river spirits. Some believed he was mad. But none could explain why he held such calm authority despite his poverty. Why he appeared to be waiting for something, or someone, the way one waits for the arrival of spring. One morning, as mist lifted from the river like pale ghosts rising from the water, a young farmer approached him. He asked why Jiang Ziya wasted his time with a straight hook. The old man looked at the horizon and said softly, "The fish I wait for are not in this river." This puzzled the farmer. How could a fisherman wait for fish not in the river before him? How could he expect to catch something that wasn't even present? But Jiang Ziya's eyes held a depth that suggested he was not speaking of fish at all. Years passed. The land trembled under the weight of failing dynasties. Warlords rose and fell. Kingdoms devoured one another. Yet every morning, Jiang Ziya remained at the riverbank with his empty net and straight hook, sitting through heat, rain, and storms. Then the prophecy emerged. Travelers began whispering that an old sage lived by the Wei River, waiting for a ruler worthy of his service. Some said he had been guided there by a dream. Others claimed he once served in the collapsing Shang court and abandoned it in disgust. A few believed he was chosen by heaven, but no one could deny his patience. By this time, Jiang Ziya had reached an age when most men surrender ambition, when the fire of youth has dimmed and regrets cast long shadows. Yet he waited without bitterness, without haste, without fear that his opportunity had passed. This disturbed people more than his strange fishing. For nothing frightened society more than a person who refuses to rush. And then, one autumn morning, destiny arrived on horseback. King Wen of Zhou, traveling in disguise while surveying his lands, crossed the river and noticed the old man with the straight hook. Intrigued, he approached and asked what he was fishing for. Jiang Ziya replied with calm certainty, "I am fishing for the enlightened ruler who seeks to transform the world." King Wen stared at him. The river stilled. The wind stopped. It was as though time itself had paused to hear the answer. After a long silence, the king dismounted and bowed deeply. "Master," he said, "I am the fish you have waited for." And thus began one of the most extraordinary partnerships in Chinese history, the alliance between a wandering sage and the future founder of a dynasty. Jiang Ziya became the strategist who helped overthrow the corrupt Shang regime and establish the Zhou dynasty, ushering in one of the most enduring eras of Chinese civilization. But what fascinates historians is not the politics, the battles, or even the prophecies. What fascinates them is the hook, the straight, useless hook that never caught a single fish, because its purpose was never to catch. Its purpose was to wait. Its purpose was to signal readiness without desperation, to invite opportunity without chasing it, to remain perfectly aligned until the right moment arrived. It was an act of positioning, not pursuit. Jiang Ziya understood something almost no one else did, that destiny belongs not to those who scramble, but to those who prepare themselves so completely that the world must eventually come to them. He fished not for fish, but for alignment, not for survival, but for purpose, not for what was available, but for what was meant for him, not for quantity, but for the single opportunity that would transform everything. This is the heart of the fisherman of the empty net, a man who waited without anxiety, a man who refused to force his place in the world, a man who trusted timing more than effort, a man who cultivated patience until patience itself became a magnet. And it was this patience, not skill, not ambition, not force, that elevated him from a forgotten wanderer to the architect of an empire. After King Wen recognized Jiang Ziya's brilliance, he invited the old fisherman to join him at his camp. But before leaving the riverbank, Jiang Ziya did something that puzzled even the king. He reeled in his straight hook, wound the line slowly, brushed the sand from his robe, and bowed toward the water. King Wen asked him why he paid respect to a river that had given him nothing. Jiang Ziya shook his head gently and replied, "The river gave me the time I needed to become who you see today." It was a strange answer, but one wrapped in a truth King Wen would come to understand years later. The river had given Jiang Ziya a sanctuary of patience, a place untouched by urgency, a space where he could wait without the corruption of distraction, a setting so quiet that the world's noise could not reach him. Only in stillness could he hear destiny approach. Jiang Ziya climbed onto the king's chariot, and they rode together toward the Zhou capital. Along the way, King Wen asked him about his straight hook again. "Why did you fish that way for so many years?" Jiang Ziya replied. "Because the one I sought could only find me if I stayed where heaven had placed me." The king pondered this in silence. To most, Jiang Ziya's life appeared wasted, decades spent in obscurity, poverty, and uncertainty. But to Jiang Ziya, the waiting was not passive. It was preparation. He was aligning himself so thoroughly with his purpose that when the right person crossed his path, they recognized each other instantly. His waiting was not emptiness. It was intention held without anxiety. There is an ancient commentary, written centuries later, that describes Jiang Ziya's waiting as a net cast over time rather than over water. The author claimed that Jiang Ziya was not catching fish, he was catching fate. By refusing to act in desperation, he allowed destiny to ripen. By refusing to chase power, he allowed power to wander into his orbit. Even King Wen later admitted that if Jiang Ziya had been distracted, if he had taken a job out of financial need, if he had moved to a bustling city, if he had sought lesser leaders out of impatience, their legendary meeting would have never taken place. He would have been elsewhere. He would have been unavailable. And history would have gone to someone else. This is where Jiang Ziya's story becomes a mirror. Not for kings, not for warriors, but for anyone who has ever questioned whether waiting is a form of weakness. One evening, after reaching the capital, King Wen hosted a private conversation with Jiang Ziya. Accounts differ on the details, but one version preserved in the Book of Zhou offers a striking portrait of their exchange. King Wen asked, "What if I had arrived earlier? Would you have come with me then?" Jiang Ziya shook his head. "No," he said. "I was not ready to serve you earlier." The king frowned. "But you were already wise." "Wisdom is not readiness," Jiang Ziya replied. "A seed may hold a tree inside it, but only in the right season will it grow." King Wen fell silent, absorbing the words with the solemnity of someone hearing fate speak in simple language. Jiangxia continued, "And if you had arrived later, I would have been gone." "Gone where?" the king asked. "Gone to serve someone unworthy of me," Jiangxia said softly. He was not boasting. He was stating a truth that echoes across every age of human history. When people lose patience, they bind themselves to lesser paths. When they grow desperate, they accept lesser roles. When they fear time is running out, they betray their own potential. When they cling to urgency, they abandon destiny. Jiangxia understood that the greatest opportunities are not merely found. They are met. They require presence. They require steadiness. They require the courage to resist the noise of panic. Because if you are not seated in the right place when destiny passes, you will never see it. If you are not mentally clear when the moment arrives, you will not recognize it. If you are not spiritually quiet, you will not hear the invitation. When King Wen finally ascended to the throne and began laying the foundations for the Zhou dynasty, Jiangxia became his closest advisor. Ministers were astonished that an old fisherman, someone who had once been considered a failure, could speak with such authority on matters of governance, military strategy, agriculture, and diplomacy. They soon realized that Jiangxia had not been idle by the river. He had been observing the world, watching the movements of ordinary people, understanding the rhythms of nature, listening to stories carried by travelers, studying the currents of politics without being swept away by them. Every morning by the river had been a study. Every passing caravan had been a classroom. Every fisherman had been a teacher. Every season had shaped his intuition. His straight hook was not an absence of action. It was a declaration of trust. King Wen once remarked that Jiangxia saw more from his river rock than most generals saw from their watchtowers. Because clarity belongs not to the frantic, but to the still. Insight belongs not to the loud, but to the quiet. Opportunity belongs not to those who chase, but to those who position themselves where opportunity must arrive. This is why Jiangxia became the architect of a dynasty, not because he fought for it, but because he waited for it. When Jiangxia finally entered the inner circles of the Zhou court, he did so with the same quiet presence that had once baffled fishermen along the Wei River. He did not dress in elaborate robes. He did not demand titles or privileges. He did not boast of his wisdom. Some ministers found this humility suspicious. Others mistook it for weakness. A few mocked him behind closed doors, whispering that King Wen must have lost his senses to trust an old man who fished for destiny instead of food. But those whispers faded quickly. For when Jiangxia began to speak, the court realized they were not listening to a man shaped by ambition. They were listening to someone shaped by time. King Wen would often ask him a question, followed by the inevitable pause as the room fell into expectant silence. Ministers leaned forward eagerly, ready for dazzling rhetoric or complex strategy. Instead, Jiangxia would respond with something deceptively simple: a brief observation, a soft metaphor, a quiet sentence that seemed underwhelming until its full meaning unfolded. One record describes a meeting where the king asked how they should deal with a powerful tribe causing unrest in the north. Jiang Ziya closed his eyes for a moment before answering. Push, and they will scatter. Touch, and they will return. The ministers exchanged confused glances. Only later, when Jiang Ziya explained, did they understand the depth of his insight. He told them that the tribe did not fear the Zhou, but feared starvation. Instead of marching armies to intimidate them, Zhou should open trade routes, provide grain, and establish fair exchange. If treated warmly, the tribe would become allies. If pressured, they would flee into the mountains and cause decades of unrest. The king followed his counsel. Within months, the tribe pledged loyalty. This was Jiang Ziya's way. Not confrontation, but alignment. Not domination, but gentle positioning. Not force, but invitation. It was the same principle he had lived by the river. The straight hook, the empty net, the patience that draws the right moment, the right person, the right future. In the court, he became known as the man who never rushed. Ministers often complained that he walked too slowly, spoke too slowly, and decided too slowly. But King Wen observed that Jiang Ziya's slowness was not hesitation. It was accuracy. He moved only when the moment was ripe, and his timing was so precise that his decisions felt inevitable. He once told the king that timing is the most overlooked dimension of wisdom. Most failures, he said, are born from actions taken a moment too soon or a moment too late. He believed that when action is forced, it rots. But when action ripens naturally, it succeeds with minimal effort. This belief shaped the greatest military plan of the Zhou dynasty. When the time came to challenge the corrupt Shang regime, Jiang Ziya advised patience. Other generals were eager to attack. They pointed to small victories as signs that the gods were on their side. But Jiang Ziya shook his head. He said the Shang collapse would not be won through force alone, but through watching the cracks in the empire widen until the moment resistance became effortless. He described the Shang court as a rotten building. If attacked too soon, the debris would crush the attackers. If attacked too late, others would claim the land first. But if they pushed at precisely the right time, the entire structure would collapse under its own decay. And so they waited. They strengthened alliances. They protected the common people. They built trust among the nobles. They gathered knowledge quietly, like fishermen studying the river currents before casting a net. When the moment finally arrived, Jiang Ziya led the Zhou army to victory at Muye with a simplicity that astonished historians. Many Shang soldiers defected before the battle even began. Villagers opened roads for the Zhou troops. Nobles deserted the Shang king. It was less a war than an unraveling, a collapse guided by timing rather than force. When King Wen's son, the future King Wu, asked how Jiang Ziya had predicted the exact moment, the old sage replied, "Because I did not force the moment. I let the moment reveal itself." This was the essence of his power. He did not push destiny. He positioned himself where destiny had no choice but to arrive. There is a lesser-known story from the early years of the Zhou government. a story that reveals the profound philosophical core of Jiangziya's thinking. It is said that one night, during a celebration after a successful campaign, King Wu asked him whether he ever regretted spending decades living in obscurity, waiting by the river with an empty net. Jiangziya placed his cup down and answered softly, "A man who seeks the wrong thing will catch it too soon. A man who seeks the right thing will wait as long as heaven requires." He explained that impatience destroys true opportunity, that desperation blinds the eyes, that people who cannot endure emptiness end up filling their lives with the wrong commitments, the wrong people, the wrong futures. He said he did not wait for the king. He waited for himself, for the version of himself who was ready to serve a just ruler with a clear heart. This idea unsettled everyone present because it contradicted everything society taught, that one must chase, pursue, compete, strive. But Jiangziya insisted that the world opens most gracefully to those who do not chase it. "The net that catches everything catches nothing," he said. "The net that catches nothing waits for everything." Jiangziya was not passive. He was precise. He understood that direction mattered more than action, and alignment mattered more than ambition. He fished with a straight hook, not because he believed fish would come to him, but because he believed the right future would. And he was right. As Jiangziya's influence deepened within the Zhou court, ministers who once dismissed him began to observe him with a mix of curiosity and unease. He did not behave as strategists before him had behaved. He did not cling to status, nor did he bask in victory. He accepted no lavish gifts and refused new estates offered by the king. His chambers remained sparse, containing little more than scrolls, a simple wooden desk, a mat for sleeping, and a single straight hook mounted on the wall. Visitors often stared at the hook with bewilderment. When asked why he kept it displayed, Jiangziya answered, "To remember that nothing worth having is caught by force." It became a quiet symbol in the court, one that reminded those who saw it that rushing, grasping, and forcing outcomes were the habits of insecure minds. Those who had risen through aggression and ambition found the presence of that hook unsettling. It seemed to accuse them without speaking. It revealed their impatience simply by existing. There is a story of a young minister who once confronted Jiangziya privately, frustrated by the old man's growing prominence. The minister accused him of laziness, asking why he did so little compared to others who toiled day and night for the kingdom. Jiangziya listened calmly and then led the young man outside into a garden filled with dew. He bent down and pointed to 2 droplets of water clinging to opposite sides of a leaf. "Tell me," he said, "which droplet will fall first?" The minister frowned, confused. Jiangziya gently shook the leaf. 1 droplet slid off. The other remained. "Effort does not determine this," he said. "Readiness does." That moment humbled the minister. For the rest of his life, he avoided any decision made out of urgency. Another moment, preserved in the chronicles of Zhou, reveals even more about Jiangziya's nature. One early winter morning, King Wu found him sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard. The king approached with news of impending conflict, rebellions rising, allies wavering, supplies running low. Yet Jiangxia continued sweeping without looking up. Impatient, the king asked whether he had heard the gravity of the situation. Still sweeping, Jiangxia replied, "Yes, my lord, but fallen leaves are not swept in the direction of the wind." This puzzled the king. Only later did Jiangxia explain. To act in panic is to follow the wind. To act with clarity is to guide it. It was this kind of simple wisdom, so quiet it could be mistaken for riddles, that gave him the certainty needed to lead the Zhou dynasty into an unprecedented era of stability. But his most profound lesson came not from military strategy or governance, but from a single conversation with King Wu in the palace gardens. It is one of the most intimate and revealing dialogues ever recorded between a king and his advisor. The two men were walking among the plum blossoms when the king suddenly confided his fear that he was too dependent on Jiangxia's guidance. He worried that without the sage, the dynasty would crumble. Jiangxia stopped walking. He tapped the trunk of a plum tree, releasing a small flurry of blossoms. Then he said, "My lord, blossoms fall not because they fail the tree, but because the season changes." The king grew somber. "So, you are saying you will leave me?" "No," Jiangxia said. "I am saying that the wisdom you seek cannot be borrowed forever. You must learn to wait without me." He told the king that leadership was not measured by decisive victories or ambitious reforms, but by the ability to remain steady when the world demanded haste. He said the greatest rulers were those who could endure uncertainty without abandoning their principles. He said the true mark of power was quietness, the same quietness that had kept him sitting by the river for decades. "Anxious hearts lose the mandate of heaven," he warned. Still hearts attract it. This line would be quoted for centuries, becoming one of the foundational teachings of Chinese political philosophy. Scholars debated it, rulers inscribed it on palace walls, and warriors carried it into battle as a reminder that clarity, not force, wins the long war. Jiangxia's approach was so unusual that some historians argue he single-handedly changed the psychological foundations of leadership in ancient China. He taught rulers to endure restlessness rather than act out of it. He convinced generals to observe before attacking. He taught ministers to speak less and listen more. And he demonstrated, through the elegance of his own life, that waiting is not the absence of progress. It is progress guided by patience. One of the most poignant episodes from his later years occurred during a year of severe drought. Crops failed. Rivers thinned. Hungry citizens gathered at the palace demanding action. Ministers urged Jiangxia to propose a large-scale waterworks project, or at least distribute the kingdom's emergency stores. Instead, he spent a day walking alone through the fields, observing the cracked earth. When King Wu demanded a solution, Jiangxia replied, "The kingdom is not thirsty for water. It is thirsty for reassurance." He proposed sending envoys to distant regions to show unity, organizing communal meals to restore morale, and holding open forums where citizens could voice concerns. The drought passed, but the people remembered the emotional relief more than any logistical strategy. Jiang Ziya had understood something profound about human nature, that crises often demand not action, but soothing, not force, but presence, not answers, but patience. This was the same patience that had once guided him as he sat by the Wei River, waiting for the king who would change the course of his destiny. When King Wu finally asked him why the straight hook worked, why waiting brought him what force could never achieve, Jiang Ziya responded with a clarity so gentle that the king fell silent. "My lord," he said, "nothing you chase will ever belong to you. But what belongs to you will find you when you become still enough to receive it." And this became the doctrine that shaped the early Zhou dynasty. A doctrine that would ripple outward into every field of life: politics, warfare, art, agriculture, even philosophy. A doctrine that survives in stories, sayings, and proverbs across Asia. The straight hook became a symbol of calm readiness. The empty net became a symbol of quiet confidence. Jiang Ziya became the embodiment of destiny, arriving only where there is space for it. As Jiang Ziya grew older, the Zhou dynasty entered its golden age. Stability spread across the land, fields flourished, and trade routes thrived. Yet the man who helped create this prosperity lived almost as simply as he had by the river. He refused a grand estate, choosing instead a modest home near the outskirts of the capital, where the wind carried the smell of pine and the distant murmur of streams. Visitors often remarked that the space felt untouched by the anxieties of court life, as if time moved more slowly there. In those later years, Jiang Ziya's reputation reached legendary heights. Scholars traveled from distant states to hear him speak. Warriors sought his blessing before battle. Even foreign envoys whispered his name with reverence. But the man himself remained unchanged. Calm, quiet, attentive. His voice never rose. His steps never hurried. His eyes never lost the reflective depth of one who had spent decades watching a river move without demanding anything from it. There is a deeply moving story from these years, recorded in the annals of Zhou legends. One evening, King Wu visited Jiang Ziya unannounced. He found the elder sitting in his courtyard, mending an old fishing net by lamplight. The king was startled to see the net. After all, Jiang Ziya had long abandoned fishing, and this one was torn beyond use. "My teacher," the king said, "why repair a net you no longer need?" Jiang Ziya lifted the net, its threads shimmering faintly in the firelight. "I mend it," he said, "so I do not forget the value of emptiness." The king sat beside him, waiting for the meaning to unfold. Jiang Ziya continued, "A net is only useful because of the spaces in it. Remove the gaps, and it becomes a rope. A mind is the same. Leave room in it, and wisdom enters. Fill it with urgency, fear, ambition, and nothing can pass through." King Wu looked at him with sorrow. "But the world expects so much of us. How does a ruler find emptiness?" Jiang Ziya set the net down gently. by remembering that the world moves on its own. Heaven does not rush. Rivers do not rush. Seasons do not rush. Only people rush, and rushing blinds them. He reminded the king of their first meeting, when he waited by the river with a straight hook. That hook, Jiangxia said, was my emptiness. Without it, you would have passed me by. The king bowed his head. I fear sometimes that without you, I will not know how to wait. Jiangxia smiled, a smile filled with both affection and weariness. Then learn what I learned, my king. The world will show you what is yours when you stop reaching for what is not. It was the kind of wisdom that lingers in the air long after it is spoken. In the final years of his life, Jiangxia retired fully from court. He spent his mornings walking along the banks of the Wei River, the same river where his destiny had once found him. He often carried the straight hook with him, though it had long since become a symbol rather than a tool. Villagers would see him sitting on his familiar rock, line in the water, hook straight as ever. Children laughed softly, unable to understand why a man of such stature still fished with something that could not catch fish. But the elders understood. They knew he was waiting, perhaps not for a ruler this time, but for clarity, for silence, for the gentle dissolution of a long and purposeful life. There is a poignant tale, perhaps half fact and half myth, of his final day. It is said that Jiangxia awoke before dawn, walked alone to the river, and cast his straight hook into the water one last time. The sky brightened into a pale, silver haze. Mist curled over the surface of the river, embracing him like an old friend. Those who claim to have witnessed it from afar say he sat motionless for hours, his figure merging with the morning light. When the sun rose fully, villagers approached to greet him. They found him seated upright, eyes closed, his face serene, his hand still lightly holding the fishing rod. Jiangxia had passed away in the exact posture that defined his life, waiting, receptive, unforced. Later that day, the villagers noticed something extraordinary. The river's surface began to sparkle as if tiny fish, previously unseen, were rising to the light. They gathered near the old sage, swimming in patterns that resembled a school collectively bowing. Some insisted this was a sign from heaven, honoring the man who had mastered the art of waiting. Others believed the river itself mourned him. Whatever the truth, his legacy did not fade. It grew. Generations later, scholars wrote that Jiangxia's greatest contribution to the Zhou dynasty was not his strategies or victories, but his philosophy of positioning. He taught the world that destiny is not hunted like prey, but attracted through clarity. That preparation matters more than pursuit. That patience is not a delay of action, but a refinement of it. The straight hook became a symbol across East Asia, appearing in poems, in political treatises, in art. It represented the quiet certainty that the right opportunity will appear if one becomes the right person to receive it. And this is the essence of the fisherman of the empty net. His life is a reminder that forcing fate is the surest way to lose it, that grasping blinds the eyes, that desperation weakens judgment. That opportunity arrives when one becomes still enough to notice the ripples approaching. That calm positioning creates more fortune than frantic pursuit. That true wealth, spiritual, emotional, financial, flows to those who refuse to suffocate it. This is the fourth teaching in the Tao of Money. The teaching of patient positioning. The teaching of destiny meeting readiness. The teaching of the empty net that catches the entire world. There are few images in ancient lore as quietly powerful as the surface of still water. Long before mirrors were fashioned from polished bronze, before scholars etched philosophies onto bamboo slips, the earliest sages sought reflection not in metal or ink, but in the calm face of a pond untouched by wind. It was said that when the water settled into perfect stillness, a person could see not only their face, but their fate. In the remote valleys of the ancient kingdoms, where mist clung to the earth like a second skin, diviners would wake before dawn, carrying small bowls carved from dark wood. They walked to hidden springs and collected water that had rested undisturbed through the night. This water, when poured into the bowl, became a mirror of rare clarity. But such clarity was fragile, one breath too forceful, one ripple too careless, and the reflection dissolved. There is one story, nearly lost to time, of a diviner named Shunyu, a woman whose insight guided warlords, poets, and even a few wandering monks. She was known not for predicting the future, but for revealing the present so clearly that the future became self-evident. She lived near a mountain lake, a place so still that on windless mornings the sky appeared to sit upon its surface as if resting. It was said that Shunyu could read the mind of any visitor by how the water responded to their presence. If the ripples spread quickly, she knew the person's spirit was restless. If bubbles rose from below, she sensed hidden guilt. If the reflection distorted without wind, she detected suppressed fear. But if the water remained perfectly calm, she bowed to them, for she believed only a person of rare inner stillness could stand before a natural mirror without disturbing it. One morning, a young general named Su Tai sought her counsel. He had risen quickly through the ranks due to audacity and ambition. His victories were swift, but his judgment was clouded by the hunger to prove himself. Rumors spread that he planned to seize greater power than any general before him. When he arrived at the lake, he carried the sharpness of a blade in his posture. His armor clinked softly. His breath came fast. His eyes darted with calculation. Shunyu invited him to kneel beside the water. "Look," she said, "and tell me what you see." The general leaned over the lake. His reflection wavered, its edges trembling. The surface quivered as if recoiling from him. He frowned, unsure how to interpret the image. "Is the lake flawed?" he asked. Shunyu shook her head gently. "The lake shows only what you bring to it." He scowled. "And what do I bring?" "Noise," she replied. "Turmoil. A storm that has not yet broken, but will soon." Her words struck the general with unexpected force. He insisted she read again. He begged her for a clearer answer, for a prophecy of victory, for confirmation of his rising destiny. Shunyu refused. Until the water in your mind becomes still, she said, you will see only distortion, and distorted perception leads to ruin. The general left in anger. His impatience grew. His decisions became reckless, and within a year, he led his troops into a disastrous battle, not because he lacked strength or strategy, but because he could no longer see clearly. His fear and ambition had created ripples within him, and those ripples distorted every signal the world tried to reveal. He misread alliances, misinterpreted movements, trusted the wrong voices, ignored the right ones. His downfall was not fate, it was noise. Xunyu's teachings survived in only a handful of fragments, but one line appears again and again in those surviving texts. The world is always speaking. Only stillness allows us to hear it. This is the Stillwater Principle, a truth that every sage, strategist, and philosopher eventually encounters. That clarity is not something we find, but something we allow. It emerges when the internal world becomes quiet enough to reflect reality without distortion. Ancient scholars believed that the mind is a lake. When agitated, it reflects monsters. When disturbed, it reflects lies. When restless, it reflects chaos. But when calm, it reflects truth. And those who mastered this calmness, people like Xunyu, Lao Tzu, Zhuge Liang, and Zhang Zia, could see through illusions as easily as one sees the moon in still water. This principle extended beyond divination or meditation. It shaped diplomacy, warfare, governance, medicine, poetry, every domain where perception mattered more than strength. In financial wisdom, the same truth reappears. Clarity creates wealth, and noise destroys it. Markets are mirrors. Trends are ripples. Emotions are winds. Without stillness, every decision is distorted. But in the ancient story of Xunyu and the lake, we find the seed of a philosophy that transcends centuries. Stillness is not withdrawal. Stillness is mastery. Stillness is the highest form of intelligence. When Xunyu warned the young general that his restless spirit would destroy him, many dismissed her as a mystic speaking in riddles. But in the years that followed, her reputation expanded quietly through the mountain valleys. Travelers seeking direction climbed to her lake not for prophecy, but for clarity. She never predicted the future. She simply revealed their inner landscape, which most people feared to confront. Her lake became known as the Mirror of the Unseen. There is one account from an elderly farmer who visited her during a season of misfortune. Drought had cracked his fields, his livestock had grown thin, and his family worried that winter would devour what little remained. He approached Xunyu with desperation heavy in his voice, asking if the gods had cursed his land. Xunyu invited him to sit beside the lake at dawn. They watched the water together as the first light touched its surface. The farmer looked hard into the reflection. He expected Xunyu to read omens, shadows of warning, symbols of fate. But she asked only one question. "What do you see?" "I see worry," the farmer whispered, "and fear." Xunyu nodded. "Then that is what grows in your field." He blinked, confused. "You misunderstand. My crops failed. No, she said softly. Your clarity failed. She explained that the drought had blinded him with panic. His fear had caused him to overwater certain patches, leaving the roots weak. His worry had driven him to till too early, exposing the soil to heat. His exhaustion had made him slow to notice the pests on the western edge of his land. What he thought was divine punishment was simply a mind too agitated to see the small signs that mattered. When the mind becomes turbulent, she said, a single mistake repeats itself until it resembles fate. He asked how he could restore clarity. She cupped her hands in the lake, lifting a pool of still water until it dripped through her fingers like liquid glass. Still your mind, she said, and the world stills with it. This story, preserved by his descendants, became a parable taught to farmers for generations. It revealed something deeply human, that most misfortunes are not born from malice or bad luck, but from disturbed perception. Our fears, when unexamined, distort the ordinary. Our impatience twists harmless events into looming threats. Our panic invents disasters where none exist. The greatest droughts are often internal. Xunyu's lessons traveled far because they touched something universal. Whether spoken to generals, farmers, or wandering monks, her teaching remained the same. You cannot see clearly when your inner world is turbulent, and without clarity, even wisdom becomes useless. Another story concerns a scholar who sought her guidance before taking an imperial examination. The scholar was intelligent, well-read, and confident. Yet when he knelt beside the lake, the water distorted his reflection into a rippling blur. He frowned, embarrassed. Xunyu asked what troubled him. I fear failing, he confessed. I fear disappointing my family. Xunyu dipped a branch into the water and drew a circle, sending gentle ripples outward. Your knowledge is deep, she said, but your spirit is shallow. The scholar felt insulted, but Xunyu clarified. You study scrolls for hours, yet you do not study yourself. Wisdom is not added, it is uncovered. What use is learning if your own heart interrupts it at every breath? She told him that many scholars failed not because they lacked intelligence, but because they carried their fear into the test hall. Their clarity was clouded by expectation. Their judgment drowned by worry. She believed that stillness was not a luxury for sages, but a requirement for anyone who wished to see the world accurately, from writing examinations to negotiating treaties, from planting crops to commanding armies. Clarity is not an accessory. It is a tool. Xunyu kept a small bamboo flute by her side, and whenever her visitors grew impatient, she would place the flute beside the lake. Guests often expected her to play, but she never did. Instead, she would gesture at the flute and say, "Listen." They would lean closer. The wind would pass through the hollow bamboo, creating a faint, trembling tone, sometimes low and melancholy, sometimes bright and quick. The flute plays nothing, she said. It is played by what surrounds it." Then she pointed to the lake, "And so are you." Visitors began to understand. When the wind was gentle, the flute produced a soft harmony. When the wind was violent, the flute shrieked. The flute did not choose the sound. It reflected the conditions around it. A mind without stillness behaves the same way. It reacts to noise without awareness. It reflects chaos. It absorbs the world's storms instead of observing them. And when people believe those reactions to be truth, their decisions crumble. Xunyu did not teach meditation in any formal sense. Instead, she taught awareness. She believed that inner stillness comes not from sitting perfectly still, but from understanding the origin of one's disturbance. She once told a soldier, "Stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the absence of agitation." This difference mattered deeply to her. You could walk for miles with a still mind. You could command an army with a still mind. You could negotiate peace with a still mind. It was not inactivity she sought, but unclouded perception. Her teachings eventually reached the ears of an elderly minister known for his impatience. He visited Xunyu in secret, ashamed to admit that after decades of service, his temper still clouded his judgment. When she asked him to look into the lake, he saw only ripples. "What disturbs the water?" she asked. "My presence," he said. "No." She corrected gently. "Your unrest. The water reflects what you bring." He closed his eyes, steadying his breath. Slowly, the ripples softened. His reflection became clearer. It was the first time he had seen himself honestly in years. He wept not because of what he saw, but because he finally understood why his decisions had faltered. Impatience had eroded clarity, and without clarity, even his wisdom had become dangerous. This was Xunyu's brilliance. She did not offer solutions. She revealed causes. She did not claim supernatural vision. She simply showed people how to see. The Stillwater Principle teaches that when the mind becomes calm, truth reveals itself effortlessly. Patterns become obvious. Timing becomes intuitive. Motives become transparent. Opportunities become visible. Threats become unmistakable. And decisions, once tangled in fear and confusion, become simple. Stillness is not the opposite of action. Stillness is the foundation of effective action. As Xunyu grew older, her lake became a sanctuary not only for those seeking guidance, but for those seeking refuge from the increasing noise of the world. Wars rose and fell beyond the mountains. Ambitions clashed in the capitals. Families broke under the weight of political change. Yet the lake remained unchanged, reflecting sky and mountain with the same silent devotion. There was a belief among the villagers that Xunyu herself influenced the water, that her calmness extended into its surface, making it clearer than any other lake in the region. Travelers claimed they could look into that lake and momentarily glimpse truths they had avoided for years. Others swore that when they stared long enough into its depths, something inside them loosened, as if long-held tension dissolved into the ripples. One morning, A poet from the southern kingdoms arrived at her hut. His hair was uncombed, his robes wrinkled, his eyes red from sleepless nights. He confessed that although he was celebrated across many provinces, his inspiration had vanished. Words once flowed like spring water, but now they felt trapped behind a wall of doubt. Xun Yu led him to the lake without speaking. They sat on the shore, listening to the soft hush of wind moving through the reeds. After a while, she asked the poet to recite one of his recent verses. He struggled. His voice cracked. The words sounded forced, stripped of the effortless beauty he was known for. Xun Yu dipped her fingers lightly into the water. "Do you hear your voice?" she asked. He nodded miserably. "It sounds stiff," he whispered. "It sounds frightened." "Creativity," she said, "is a reflection. When the mind's waters are disturbed, even the most gifted cannot see their own depth." The poet asked what he should do: read more, travel, study other masters, force himself to practice. Xun Yu shook her head. "No. What you need is not more content. You need a clearer mirror." She instructed him to remain at the lake for 7 days, not to write, not to recite, not to chase inspiration, simply to listen, to watch, to allow silence to settle, grain by grain, until the waters inside him grew still again. By the end of the 7th day, the poet's voice returned. His words carried the soft radiance of someone who had rediscovered himself not through effort, but through stillness. This was the pattern of Xun Yu's teaching. She never pushed people. She unburdened them. She reminded them that agitation does not create progress. It blocks it. There is a little-known story of a widow who sought her guidance during a harsh winter. Her husband had died unexpectedly, and grief had clouded her mind. She asked Xun Yu how to stop the pain, how to silence the memories, how to continue without collapsing. Xun Yu took her to the lake at night, when the moon laid a path of silver across the water. "Look," she said. The widow gazed at the moon's reflection. It trembled with the lightest breeze. "What do you see?" Xun Yu asked. "A broken moon," the widow whispered. Xun Yu picked up a smooth stone and handed it to her. "Throw it," she said. The widow hesitated, then cast the stone into the lake. The surface shattered into ripples, scattering the reflection into 1,000 fragments. She gasped. "Now the moon is destroyed." Xun Yu placed a hand on her shoulder. "No, only its image is disturbed." They waited. Little by little, the water calmed. The ripples softened. The fragments realigned. And the moon returned, whole and unmarred. "The water was disturbed," Xun Yu said quietly. "But the moon was never harmed." The widow began to cry, understanding the metaphor. Her heart trembled like the lake, but the love she had lost was not broken, only her ability to see it clearly. Time and stillness would restore the reflection. People later said this was the moment the widow's grief softened into acceptance. She rebuilt her life not by suppressing emotion, but by letting stillness reveal the truth beneath the turmoil. Another visitor came to Xunyu during a political crisis in the neighboring kingdom. He was a diplomat caught in the middle of conflicting alliances, terrified that one wrong step would cause catastrophe. His mind was filled with worst-case scenarios. He imagined betrayal behind every gesture. Every silence felt ominous. Every delay felt fatal. Xunyu led him to the lake as well. She asked him to describe the political landscape, not the fear, not the tension, but the actual facts. As he spoke, she guided his breathing. Slow, even, unhurried. When he finished, she simply asked, "Is your fear a reflection of them, or a reflection of you?" The diplomat fell silent, realizing that most of his panic came not from reality, but from the noise his mind had created. In the clarity that followed, he saw the situation differently. He identified the ally who was bluffing. He recognized the minister who was sincere. He saw the faction that was empty noise rather than true threat. Within a week, he negotiated a peace that historians still study today. Xunyu's lake was not magical. Her insight was not supernatural. Her predictions were not prophecy. She simply understood what nearly every sage across cultures has observed. The world is transparent when the mind becomes still. The world is distorted when the mind becomes restless. Xunyu believed clarity was not a privilege. It was a practice. She taught travelers to listen to their thoughts without attaching to them. She taught fugitives to notice their fear without drowning in it. She taught kings to observe their emotions without mistaking them for commands. In her final years, when the mountains grew colder and her steps slowed, villagers began to notice something unusual. On days when Xunyu was especially serene, the lake reflected the sky with perfect sharpness, as if no barrier existed between heaven and earth. Some said the lake reflected her. Others said she reflected the lake. It did not matter which was true, for by then, everyone understood the principle she embodied. Stillness reveals. Stillness heals. Stillness sees. In the final decade of Xunyu's life, her lake became more than a place of consultation. It became a quiet pilgrimage site for those who had lost the ability to hear themselves. Scholars seeking truth, warriors seeking direction, mothers seeking peace, lovers seeking clarity, rulers seeking restraint. They all climbed the winding mountain paths to stand before her mirror of water. What made Xunyu extraordinary was not mystical ability, but her understanding that clarity was a skill few ever learned to cultivate. The chaos of the world, rumors, ambitions, noise, was merely an outer reflection of the chaos within the human heart. She believed that every decision, every desire, every fear left a small ripple in the mind. One ripple alone was nothing. But when countless ripples collided, they formed a storm so loud that a person mistook the storm for reality. There is a well-preserved tale of a young woman who visited Xunyu during a period of personal crisis. She was promised in marriage to a wealthy merchant, yet she held deep affection for a poor stonemason she had known since childhood. Torn between duty and desire, she felt as though her life was splitting in two. She came to Shunyu not for blessing, but for permission to follow her heart. Shunyu listened quietly, then guided her to kneel beside the lake. They waited until the wind calmed. Shunyu asked her to stare into the water and speak her heart aloud, without thinking, without filtering. "I want a quiet life," the young woman said. "I want a home where the air feels warm. I want to feel safe when I wake in the morning." Shunyu nodded. "And which path offers that?" The young woman hesitated. She saw two reflections in the water, herself beside the stonemason, laughing beneath an apricot tree, herself beside the merchant, wrapped in silk but standing alone. Shunyu touched the lake's surface gently, disturbing the reflection. The images dissolved into ripples. "What you see," she said, "is not destiny. It is longing, and longing becomes clear only when desire is separated from fear." She explained that the young woman feared poverty, not because she believed it would destroy her, but because society said it should. She feared hunger, though she had endured hardship before. She feared gossip, though gossip fades like smoke. Meanwhile, she desired simplicity, and simplicity rarely comes from wealth. The young woman left with a quiet certainty. She chose the stonemason. Years later, her children and grandchildren preserved the story, saying she never regretted the decision. Her life was modest, but the lake's stillness had revealed her truth. Shunyu's wisdom extended even to rulers, though she never sought political influence. One season, during a time of internal conflict, a prince from the northern territories visited her. His advisors pressured him to claim the throne after his father's death, but he feared the bloodshed that might follow. He asked Shunyu whether he should fight for his birthright. She invited him to stand on a rock by the lake. The water was perfectly still. "Speak your fear," she said. "My fear," the prince murmured, "is that I will bring ruin to my people." Shunyu tilted her head. "That is not fear. That is compassion." The prince frowned. "Is there a difference?" "A vast one," she replied. "Fear sees only yourself. Compassion sees everyone." She told him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the presence of clarity within fear. She asked him to watch the lake again. A single leaf drifted onto the water's surface. Instead of sinking, it floated gently towards the shore. "Leadership," Shunyu said, "is the leaf that chooses its movement carefully. It does not resist the water. It guides with stillness." The prince chose peace over ambition. He stepped aside, supporting a cousin who possessed the temperament of a more patient ruler. This decision stabilized the region for decades, a rare and precious outcome in an era often stained by violent succession. In her teachings, Shunyu insisted that stillness did not mean suppressing emotion. She taught that emotions were like the wind, inevitable, natural, transient. A person could not stop them, but they could decide how deeply they allowed the wind to disturb their waters. She often said to visitors, "The wind touches the surface. Only you decide whether it reaches the depths." This simple idea became the cornerstone of what later scholars called the still water doctrine, a philosophy that suggested inner clarity allowed a person to observe their own emotions without becoming them. Many who visited her observed that she seemed to feel emotions fully, but without being consumed. Her grief was full, but calm. Her joy was gentle, not frantic. Her displeasure was quiet, not explosive. It was this balanced emotional state that made her counsel so precise. There is an account of a merchant who visited her after losing much of his fortune in a caravan accident. Bandits had raided his goods, killed 2 guards, and burned the wagons. He was overwhelmed by shame and fear. He believed he had failed his family. He believed the future held nothing but ruin. Shunyu asked him to look into the lake, but the water reflected nothing. It was flat, opaque, gray. He panicked. Has the lake lost its power? No, she said. You have lost connection with yourself. She guided him to breathe slowly. His shoulders lowered. His jaw loosened. His thoughts softened. Gradually, the water cleared, and the reflection emerged. He wept at the sight, not because he saw himself, but because he saw possibility again. Shunyu told him, "You do not fail when your fortune is taken. You fail when your clarity is taken." He returned home, rebuilt his business with humility, and became one of the most respected traders in the region. He credited his success not to market insight, but to the moment the lake returned his reflection. Shunyu's final years were marked by deeper silence. Villagers noticed that she spent more time gazing into the lake than speaking. Some believed she was conversing with the reflections of her past. Others said she was listening to something beyond human hearing, something carried by the water itself. One winter morning, an apprentice brought her warm broth and found her seated at the lake's edge. The surface was frozen, holding the sky in a perfect sheet of ice. Shunyu touched the ice with her fingertips and whispered, "Even frozen water reflects." Those were among her last recorded words. She passed away quietly soon after, seated upright, her gaze still resting on the lake. When villagers came to mourn her, they found the surface smoother than they had ever seen it. Some said the lake had become a mirror in her honor. Others believed it was a sign that she had passed into perfect stillness. Her teachings outlived her body. Her lake became a symbol, and the Stillwater Principle became a guiding law for those who sought clarity in times of uncertainty. Because Shunyu taught something the world rarely remembers. When the mind becomes still, the truth becomes unavoidable. When the truth becomes clear, the path becomes simple. In the years following Shunyu's passing, travelers continued to visit the lake, believing the surface still held remnants of her insight. Some arrived at dawn, when the first light stretched long and thin like silk across the water. Others came at midnight, when the moon shimmered like a silver coin resting on the surface. No matter when they arrived, the lake responded the same way it always had, as a mirror, revealing not prophecy, but the truth within those who looked. Over time, stories spread that the lake occasionally offered visions not of the future, but of the choices someone feared to make. These stories were likely born from the minds of troubled visitors, yet they carried a quiet truth. Stillness itself has a way of stripping away illusions. When a mind settles, it no longer needs supernatural guidance. It sees clearly what was always present. Many who visited after Xunyu's death left with profound clarity, not because the lake changed, but because they changed in its presence. One such visitor was a young heir from a distant province. His father had died, leaving him responsibility for a crumbling estate, mountains of debt, and a family divided by tension. He stood at the lake's edge with his heart pounding, imagining the ruin that awaited him. He feared the judgment of his people. He feared the expectations of his ancestors. He feared the very weight of the title he inherited. A local villager who remembered Xunyu approached him and said gently, "Look into the water as she taught, not to see your fate, but to meet your fear." The heir knelt. His reflection trembled. He exhaled slowly, letting the tension drain from his shoulders. As the water steadied, so did he. And in that steadiness, the path forward, which had once seemed impossible, revealed itself with startling simplicity. He did not need to save his estate in one stroke. He did not need to impress anyone. He simply needed to take one clear step, then another, then another. Clarity does not perform miracles. Clarity removes noise so you can perform your own. There is a final story, told by the villagers long after Xunyu became legend. It concerns a child, a quiet girl who lived near the mountain. She often wandered alone to the lake, not seeking wisdom but companionship. She treated the water as if it were a friend. She talked to it, sang to it, watched dragonflies dance across the surface. One day, she asked the lake a question that adults rarely dare to voice. "Why am I here?" The water did not speak. It did not ripple. It did not offer a vision. It simply reflected her face back to her. The child smiled. She understood. When she later told the elders, they preserved her words. The lake said, "I am enough." And in many ways, that was Xunyu's teaching distilled into a single, luminous truth. Stillness reveals who we really are, not the stories we tell ourselves, not the fears we carry, not the illusions that follow us like shadows, but the truth beneath all of it. A truth that does not need validation. A truth that does not need to be earned. A truth that does not fear silence. Xunyu taught that most people live their entire lives reacting to the ripples created by others, rumors, expectations, ambitions, fears, comparisons. The waters inside them churn constantly, never settling long enough to show a clear reflection. So they make decisions based on distortion. They pursue goals that aren't theirs. They walk paths meant for someone else. They try to solve problems that would solve themselves if given space. Noise becomes their compass, and noise leads nowhere. But a calm mind is a rare treasure, because a calm mind sees the world as it is, not as fear paints it. Xunyu's lake, therefore, stands as a symbol of a universal law. Stillness is intelligence. Stillness is power. Stillness is the foundation of all wise action. A person who has mastered stillness becomes unshakable. They see through deception. They sense hidden motives. They predict outcomes not through calculation, but through clarity. They avoid unnecessary conflicts. They recognize opportunities early. They remain steady when others panic. In times of uncertainty, stillness becomes a form of wealth. Because clarity, like jade, like bamboo, like the straight hook, is a resource far more valuable than gold. In the Tao of Money, this principle becomes essential. A mind clouded by fear makes reckless financial choices. A mind clouded by greed falls for illusions. A mind clouded by urgency buys at the peak and sells at the bottom. A mind clouded by noise cannot recognize true opportunity, but a still mind. A still mind invests slowly, waits patiently, sees trends emerging before others panic, builds systems instead of chasing windfalls, understands risk without fear, moves with confidence, not noise, and grows wealth the same way a calm lake grows reflections, effortlessly. This is the Stillwater Principle, the fifth teaching in the Tao of Money, a teaching as old as the mountains, as clear as Shunyu's lake, and as vital as breath in a world that never stops shouting. There is a tower in the ancient city of Kaifeng that seems to defy both time and logic. Built nearly 1,000 years ago, the Iron Pagoda rises 36 meters into the sky, shimmering with a deep bronze-gold glow when touched by morning light. Travelers who approach it from the south often believe it is truly made of metal, iron forged by forgotten emperors, welded into permanence. But the truth is far more remarkable. The Iron Pagoda is not made of iron. It is made of clay, glazed bricks, earth hardened by fire, material so humble that farmers used it to shape cooking pots. And yet, this modest clay structure has survived lightning strikes, earthquakes, torrential floods, dynastic collapse, and the ceaseless grinding of centuries, while grander buildings of stone and wood around it crumbled into dust. Historians often speak of the pagoda as a contradiction, a monument of fragility that has proven more durable than materials considered far stronger. But to understand its endurance, one must return to its origin, to the mind of the man who designed it. His name was Qian Xuan, an engineer of the Northern Song dynasty, whose brilliance lay not in extravagant designs, but in an almost spiritual devotion to patient construction. Qian Xuan believed cities should be built the way nature grows forests, slowly, layer by layer, aligned with the rhythms of time, rather than forced through shortcuts. At a time when other architects vied for glory with grand palaces and towering wooden halls, Qian Xuan studied river sediments, soil density, temperature patterns, and the minute behaviors of clay when exposed to heat. He was fascinated not by spectacle, but by longevity. He once wrote that greatness measured over decades is vanity, but greatness measured over centuries is wisdom. The story of the Iron Pagoda begins during a period of recovery. Kaifeng had recently suffered a devastating fire that destroyed an older wooden tower known as the Pagoda of Mystical Clarity. The emperor demanded its replacement, something magnificent, something that would proclaim the empire's strength to the world. But Qian Xuan proposed something unexpected. He suggested building the new pagoda from glazed brick instead of wood. Ministers scoffed. Brick was considered crude, unworthy of imperial monument. It lacked the grandeur of carved timber and the intimidation of stone. But Qian Xuan stood by his conviction. He believed clay, shaped patiently and strengthened by fire, could outlast the finest wood. He explained his reasoning in a memorial to the throne. Wood burns, stone cracks, clay, when tempered slowly, becomes eternal. The emperor was skeptical, but Qian Xuan's reputation carried weight. He was known for projects that rarely failed, although they often took longer than political schedules allowed. After intense debate, he was granted approval with one condition. The pagoda must be both beautiful and enduring, a monument of elegance, not merely practicality. And so Qian Xuan began a process that astonished his contemporaries. While other architects rushed to impress the court with quick progress, Qian Xuan spent months studying the soil beneath the future pagoda. He charted rainfall patterns. He examined the grain of the earth with the same care jade carvers used to examine stones. He instructed ceramic artisans to create test bricks, hundreds of them, experimenting with different mixtures of clay, temperature levels, and glaze variants. He was not building a tower. He was cultivating one. Villagers recalled how he walked the construction grounds at dusk, kneeling to press his fingers into the soil. Carpenters watched him run his hand along the edges of freshly fired bricks, not judging them by appearance, but by sound, tapping lightly and listening for the tone that signaled structural purity. He rejected bricks if they rang too sharply or too dully, believing each piece held a life that would either harmonize or weaken the whole. There is an anecdote preserved in a Song-era notebook describing an argument between Qian Xuan and a young assistant tasked with overseeing brick arrangements. The assistant stacked bricks too tightly, believing compression would increase stability. Qian Xuan corrected him. "Build it too tight," he said, "and it will break at the first earthquake. Leave space, and the tower will breathe." This simple philosophy of deliberate looseness, of allowing space for movement, would be one of the reasons the Iron Pagoda survived centuries of seismic tremors that toppled stronger structures. But Qian Xuan's most astonishing insight was his acceptance of time. He insisted the pagoda could not, must not, be rushed. Clay, he argued, must rest between kiln firings to release internal stress. Mortar must dry in harmony with the seasons. Workers must pause construction during periods of heavy frost or intense humidity to prevent microscopic fractures. He was ridiculed for these delays. Ministers accused him of procrastination. Court officials demanded results. But Qian Xuan refused to sacrifice integrity to urgency. "When you rush clay," he said, "you bury cracks inside the future." He believed strength accumulated slowly, not in leaps, but in steady increments. Every layer of the pagoda was placed with the understanding that it must last beyond not only the current dynasty, but beyond countless lives to come. As construction neared completion, the pagoda gleamed under sunlight, its surface covered in ceramic tiles glazed in shades of amber. crimson, gold, and green. Dragons, lotus petals, celestial guardians, all crafted with painstaking detail, adorned the structure. It became a jewel of Kaifeng, admired not only for its beauty, but for the quiet intelligence embedded in its foundation. Yet the true test arrived decades later, in the 12th century, when the Yellow River flooded violently. Most buildings in Kaifeng collapsed. Entire districts vanished in mud and ruin. But the Iron Pagoda remained standing, its clay body unshaken, despite water rising to its very base. Survivors looked upon it with awe. The tower built of fragile earth had outlived stone. This miracle etched Qianshuan's name into history. But what truly lived on was not the tower. It was the philosophy beneath it. Strength built slowly becomes unbreakable. Strength built too quickly becomes fragile. This is the first lesson of the Iron Pagoda. As the years passed, Qianshuan's masterpiece became a silent observer of Kaifeng's triumphs and tragedies. Dynasties rose and fell like the seasonal tides. Scholars filled the capital with poetry and invention. Invaders swept through the northern plains. Fires devoured entire districts. Floods tore apart the banks of the Yellow River. Yet the Iron Pagoda endured, unshaken, its glazed surface glowing with the unfading resilience of something built with intention rather than haste. Historians often credited its survival to luck. But those who studied Qianshuan's manuscripts saw something far more deliberate, a philosophy of creation that resembled meditation more than architecture. They found pages filled with sketches of roots, bamboo segments, tree rings, and sediment layers. Qianshuan saw construction not as the stacking of materials, but as the imitation of nature's patient intelligence. There is a preserved letter he wrote to a fellow engineer, in which he explained his reasoning with a clarity that reveals his inner world. A tree does not grow by stretching taller each day. It grows by strengthening what is unseen. He believed civilization made a fatal error when it valued speed over foundation. He believed craftsmen destroyed their own work when they prioritized applause over endurance. He believed a wise builder must think not of the present, but of the storms 1,000 years into the future. This belief shaped the Iron Pagoda at every step. One surviving record describes how Qianshuan insisted on firing each brick at a slightly lower temperature than was common practice. When questioned, he explained that high temperatures made bricks brittle. Impressive at first, but fragile over time. Lower temperatures, combined with gradual glazing, allowed the clay's internal structure to relax. He compared it to a man who carries heavy burdens. If you give him no rest, he collapses. If you allow him to breathe, he becomes capable of carrying far more. This slow, patient approach created bricks that were not only beautiful, but astonishingly durable, capable of absorbing stress, expanding and contracting with the seasons, and resisting the kinds of shock that shattered harder materials. One night, while overseeing the final tiers of the pagoda, Qianshuan was approached by a minister who challenged him. "Why build something that takes so long?" the minister asked. "When the emperor demands speed." Qianshuan responded by asking the minister to hold out his hand. Into it, Qianquan placed 2 bricks, one fired quickly, the other slowly. He tapped the first brick lightly. It rang sharply, a bright but brittle sound. Then he tapped the second. It produced a deeper, steadier tone. "Listen," he said. "The first is a promise that will break. The second is a promise the future can trust." The minister never questioned him again. The power of this philosophy extended beyond architecture. Qianquan's insistence on patient strength influenced scholars, monks, farmers, and artisans throughout the region. There is a story of a young potter who came to observe Qianquan's brick-making process. The potter expected to learn new techniques. Instead, he found Qianquan watching clay dry under the sun. When the potter asked why he was doing nothing, Qianquan smiled and said, "Clay is doing everything right now." The potter frowned, confused. "Creation," Qianquan explained, "often appears still from the outside, but inside, it is transforming." He gestured to the drying clay. "Internal strength grows only when we do not rush it." The potter carried this lesson into his craft. He became known for creating ceramics that lasted generations, not because he possessed extraordinary talent, but because he embraced extraordinary patience. This idea that internal strength emerges from slow, quiet cultivation became the heart of the Iron Pagoda's legend. Yet the pagoda's greatest trial came not from nature, but from war. During the Jin invasion of the northern Song, Kaifeng was ravaged. Fires broke across the city. Soldiers tore down monuments, burned libraries, looted temples. In the chaos, citizens fled. Families were separated. The night sky glowed with the tragic beauty of burning roofs. And through the smoke, the Iron Pagoda stood like a luminous sentinel, its glazed bricks reflecting the flames so brightly that refugees used it as a beacon. There are accounts of mothers carrying children, soldiers deserting their posts, old men hobbling on canes, all walking toward the pagoda because it was the only structure that remained unharmed. When asked why the pagoda did not burn or collapse during the invasion, one elderly stonemason said, "Because it was built to survive what men cannot imagine." In later dynasties, scholars marveled at the pagoda's endurance, but few fully grasped Qianquan's quiet genius. He had understood something most leaders, builders, and dreamers often forget. Strength is not the absence of weakness. Strength is the mastery of time. Clay is weak when rushed. Clay is eternal when cultivated. A person is weak when rushed. A person is formidable when cultivated. A fortune built quickly collapses quickly. A fortune built slowly survives every season. This is the deeper symbolism of the Iron Pagoda, a structure that appears fragile yet reveals unimaginable fortitude because it was created through a rhythm of deliberate slowness. One evening, in his final years, Qianquan visited the pagoda alone. He walked slowly around it, touching the glazed tiles, listening to the soft hum that arose when the wind struck the upper tiers. A young apprentice saw him and approached. "Master," the apprentice asked, "what do you hear?" Qianquan closed his eyes for a moment. "I hear the future," he whispered. The apprentice did not understand. But centuries later, historians did. The future belongs to what is built patiently. In the decades after the pagoda's completion, Qian Xuan continued to serve the court, though he rarely involved himself in political affairs. His influence was quiet, nearly invisible, yet deeply felt. Scholars sought him out for insight on architecture, but left with lessons about patience. Generals consulted him about fortifications, but left contemplating the nature of endurance. Monks visited for blessings and discovered instead that he offered something far more valuable: time. There is a story often told by traveling monks of the Baoan Temple, a place Qian Xuan frequented in his later years. One day, a young monk noticed him sitting alone in the courtyard, watching a sapling that had just begun to sprout beside the temple wall. Qian Xuan sat motionless for so long that the monk finally approached. "Master Qian," the monk said gently, "what do you see in that sprout?" Without taking his eyes from the plant, Qian Xuan replied, "I see the pagoda." The monk laughed softly, thinking it was a metaphor. But Qian Xuan continued, "This sprout is everything the pagoda is. It is slow. It is soft. It is fragile. It bends in the wind. But given patience, it becomes the strongest thing in the world. No storm can uproot a tree that grows in alignment with time." He turned his gaze toward the distant silhouette of the pagoda rising above the city. A tower becomes eternal, not because it resists time, but because it grows with it. This idea deeply shaped his apprentices, some of whom later became architects and engineers who carried his philosophy to other regions of the empire. They built structures designed not for spectacle, but for the quiet, enduring strength that comes from harmony with environmental forces, a wisdom rarely embraced in their era. Another story, recorded in the memoirs of a court official, describes a meeting where the emperor invited Qian Xuan to advise on a massive new project, a palace meant to surpass all others in size and magnificence. Ministers excitedly described towering halls, sprawling courtyards, and elaborate decorations. The emperor listened with pride. Then he asked Qian Xuan for his opinion. Qian Xuan bowed respectfully and said, "A palace that desires greatness must first desire longevity. But longevity cannot grow in the shadow of haste." The court fell silent. He continued, "If your majesty wishes for a palace that endures, it must be built like the river carves stone, through steady, unfaltering patience." The emperor frowned. He wanted glory within his lifetime, not centuries from now. Qian Xuan, sensing this, added quietly, "The world remembers not who builds quickly, but who builds forever." This statement unsettled many ministers who understood they were being indirectly criticized. Yet the emperor, perhaps reluctantly, acknowledged the wisdom. He ordered that the new palace follow Qian Xuan's principles, smaller in scale, but far greater in structural integrity. The palace still stands today, though many larger ones from the same era have vanished. Qian Xuan's philosophy began influencing thinkers far beyond architecture. Scholars of the time began referring to his ideas as the doctrine of slow strength, a name inspired by the way he taught that power built slowly becomes unbreakable. The doctrine spread to fields as diverse as calligraphy, martial arts, and economics. Calligraphers practiced strokes slowly, believing speed could be added later, but stability must come first. Martial artists trained in subtle movements, cultivating internal force long before learning outward strikes. Farmers grew increasingly patient with crop rotation, understanding that soil needed rest to offer nourishment. Merchants began to adopt longer trading cycles, avoiding rapid speculation in favor of steady gain. In effect, Qian Xuan's philosophy transformed into a cultural movement, one that reshaped values in ways few builders before him ever had. There is an especially poignant story from the poet Li Shen, who visited Kaifeng to study the pagoda while writing a series of verses about resilience. He spent several days observing the tower at sunrise and sunset, fascinated by how its colors changed with the angle of the light. One evening, he found Qian Xuan sitting in meditation at the pagoda's base. Li Shen asked him, "Why does this tower feel alive?" Qian Xuan opened his eyes slowly and replied, "Because its strength is not in its height, but in its patience." He gestured to the individual bricks. Each one was given time to breathe. Each one was given time to rest. Each one was placed only when ready. Everything alive follows this rhythm. The tower endures because nothing in it was rushed. Li Shen later wrote a poem about the encounter, and though only fragments survive, one line remains powerful. The tower stands because time became its companion, not its enemy. But Qian Xuan's beliefs were not romantic. They were practical, rooted in a lifetime of watching rushed projects crumble under their own ambition. He often said, "Nature punishes speed with collapse. It rewards patience with permanence." This statement proved tragically accurate when a rival architect, envious of Qian Xuan's rising influence, attempted to build a stone tower twice as tall as the iron pagoda. He rushed construction to gain favor. Workers labored day and night. Bricks were used before they cooled. Foundation stones were laid before the ground settled. The tower collapsed within 2 years, killing dozens of workers. Qian mourned quietly, not only for the lost lives, but for the mindset that created the disaster. He told his apprentices that speed is not progress, speed is noise wearing the costume of progress. He warned them, "Do not mistake motion for growth. Do not mistake urgency for importance. Do not mistake ambition for stability." His most devoted apprentice recorded that Qian Xuan believed all collapse, personal, political, structural, begins the same way. Too much, too fast. This applied not only to towers and temples, but to promises, businesses, reputations, wealth, even love. When built too quickly, they crumble the moment they face their first test. Late in life, Qian Xuan summarized his entire philosophy in a single sentence spoken to an apprentice who worried that becoming great required bold, rapid action. He said, "Greatness is not an explosion. Greatness is sediment. Layer by layer, season by season, year by year, slow enough to become unbreakable. There came a harsh winter when Kaifeng trembled under the weight of unrelenting snowstorms. Roofs cracked under ice, markets closed, and even the mighty walls of the city groaned as the cold deepened into their foundations. Fires burned in every household, but the wind stole warmth faster than wood could restore it. People whispered anxiously, fearing the storm would last for months. During this bitter season, Qianshuan was asked by the emperor to inspect several buildings that had begun to show signs of structural failure. When he walked through the city, wrapped in heavy robes, he saw beams bending under frost, tiles fracturing from sudden temperature shifts, and foundations sinking where the soil had contracted unexpectedly. But when he visited the Iron Pagoda, he found it standing as gracefully as ever. Snow rested on its glazed eaves without strain. The wind swept around it harmlessly. The clay bricks, tempered by patient firing, absorbed the cold without cracking. Qianshuan placed a gloved palm against the tower and whispered, "Endure." A young officer who accompanied him asked why the pagoda survived when stronger materials faltered. Qianshuan replied, "Because it was built in harmony with the seasons. A structure remembers the conditions of its birth." He explained that the bricks had been fired slowly, exposed to natural temperature changes, allowed to breathe through cycles of heat and cold. This taught the clay how to adapt, how to expand and contract without shattering. Buildings erected in haste, he said, lacked this inner memory. They were like young soldiers trained only in sunshine and then asked to survive winter on the battlefield. The officer was struck by this metaphor and later told others, "He taught me that patience itself becomes strength." Months later, when spring finally melted the last of the winter ice, Qianshuan received a visitor who would mark one of the most defining moments of his career, a wealthy nobleman from the capital who wished to hire him for an extravagant personal palace. The nobleman wanted speed. He wanted grandeur. He wanted his palace completed within 2 years so he could host the emperor for a lavish celebration. Qianshuan refused. The nobleman grew furious, accusing him of arrogance and ingratitude. He offered wealth, servants, land, all the temptations that sway ordinary men. But Qianshuan stood firm. A palace built for applause dies the moment applause fades, he said. A palace built for time outlives its creator. The nobleman left in anger, seeking another architect. He found one who promised speed. Construction began immediately, with hundreds of laborers working around the clock. The nobleman mocked Qianshuan publicly, calling him a relic too timid for greatness. But Qianshuan said nothing. He simply returned to his work. Years later, during a violent rainstorm, the nobleman's palace collapsed. The roofs caved in. The walls split. The courtyard flooded. The celebration he had planned never occurred. Lives were lost. Wealth was wasted. And the nobleman, humbled by catastrophe, visited Qianshuan once more. He apologized with trembling hands. Qianshuan listened mournfully. "I do not rejoice in your loss," he said. "But I hope you now understand that anything built in a hurry becomes a monument to regret." This event solidified Qian Xuan's reputation across the Northern Song, not as a builder of clay towers, but as a builder of enduring wisdom. He was invited to teach at academies, speak to court officials, and advise guild leaders. Yet he declined most invitations. He preferred guiding a small circle of apprentices, teaching them lessons that extended far beyond architecture. One such lesson came from a moment that his favorite apprentice, Shen Yan, recorded in his journal. Shen Yan had become frustrated by his slow progress. He longed to surpass his peers, to design structures worthy of imperial recognition. One afternoon, after botching a blueprint, he threw his tools aside in despair. Qian Xuan called him outside. Together, they walked to the banks of the Yellow River. Ice still floated on its surface. The current was sluggish but steady. "Tell me," Qian Xuan said, "which part of the river is strongest?" Shen Yan shouted over the wind. "The current, the part that moves quickly." Qian Xuan shook his head. "The strongest part of the river is the part that moves slowly." Shen Yan frowned. Qian Xuan crouched and pressed his fingers into the riverbank's hardened mud. "Fast water shapes the surface," he said. "But slow water shapes the depths. Fast water is loud. Slow water is unstoppable." Something in Shen Yan quieted at those words. Qian Xuan continued with unusual intensity. "Everything that lasts is shaped slowly. Clay, stone, wisdom, wealth, character. If you rush, you lose everything you hope to gain. If you slow down, you become someone the future can rely upon." Shen Yan later wrote that this was the moment he understood his teacher's soul, a soul tethered not to ambition or recognition, but to the long arc of time. Qian Xuan wanted to build structures, yes, but more importantly, he wanted to build people who understood that strength was a lifetime's practice, not an achievement. As Qian Xuan aged, his influence extended even into political philosophy. Ministers began citing his teachings during debates. Scholars quoted him in essays. Parents taught their children his metaphors. He became a symbol of a cultural shift, away from frantic ambition and toward thoughtful, sustained endurance. But perhaps the most touching story of Qian Xuan's later years is one shared by a humble potter's apprentice. The boy had lost both parents during a famine and worked making pottery to survive. One day, he broke a large vase and cried in shame, fearing punishment. Qian Xuan, visiting the pottery hall, approached the sobbing child. He picked up the broken shards, holding them with gentle reverence. "Time broke this," he said softly. "But time can also remake anything." He taught the boy how to mix powdered shards into clay, strengthening future pottery. The boy wiped his eyes, astonished. "Master, does that mean nothing is truly lost?" Qian Xuan smiled, lines softening across his face. "Nothing built with patience is ever lost. It simply changes form." This idea would echo through centuries. Slow strength does not resist change, it absorbs it. Slow strength does not fight storms, it outlasts them. Slow strength does not fear time, it becomes part of time. And nowhere is this more evident than in the Iron Pagoda, which stands today not merely as a monument of clay, but as a testament to a truth as old as the earth. What grows slowly grows unshakably. What strengthens slowly strengthens forever. Years slipped quietly through Kaifeng like silk drifting across stone, and Qian Xuan, now in his 70s, walked more slowly through the city he had helped shape. His hair was silver, his back slightly curved, but his mind remained steady, anchored in the same patient rhythm that had guided him since youth. The Iron Pagoda stood tall in the heart of Kaifeng, glowing softly at dawn and dusk, as if bowing to the sun each day in gratitude. Visitors came from distant provinces to study the pagoda's resilience. Scholars measured its foundation. Engineers examined its bricks. Monks meditated in its shadow. Merchants prayed for fortune at its base. Children played around it, believing the tower held a protective spirit. But everyone who came left with the same lingering impression that the tower radiated a quiet strength that could be felt more than understood. One late autumn afternoon, Qian Xuan visited the pagoda alone, leaning on a cane carved with lotus symbols. He walked around the base slowly, touching the bricks as if greeting old friends. A few villagers recognized him and bowed respectfully. One elderly woman approached him and said gently, "The city still stands because you taught us how to build with patience." Qian Xuan smiled kindly. "No," he said. "The city stands because it listened to time." He sat beneath the pagoda's eaves, watching the leaves fall, each descending with its own patient grace. It was at this moment that a young girl approached him, a child no more than 9 years old, carrying a small clay figurine in both hands. She recognized him not as a royal engineer or a master builder, but simply as the old man who loved the pagoda. "Master," she asked softly, "why doesn't the pagoda fall?" Qian Xuan looked at her figurine, a little tower she had molded herself from soft clay. He asked her to hand it to him. He studied it, noticing that it tilted slightly to one side. "How long did you take to make this?" he asked. "A few hours," she said proudly. "And how long do you want it to last?" She thought for a moment. "Forever." Qian Xuan smiled. "Then you must give it the time that forever requires." He placed the figurine gently into her hands, careful not to disturb its fragile structure. Then he walked with her to a patch of sunlight near the base of the Iron Pagoda. "Clay becomes strong only when it learns the seasons," he said. "When it dries slowly, when it rests, when it is shaped with care." He tapped the surface of the Iron Pagoda with his cane, producing a soft, deep tone. This tower did not demand forever. It earned forever. The girl's eyes widened. She touched her own figurine with a new sense of understanding, not fear, but reverence. She would later become a potter known across the region for creating vessels that survived generations, each piece bearing the quiet patience she learned that day. As the sun dipped lower, Qian Xuan rested his hand on the pagoda's warm bricks, feeling the depth of centuries beneath his palm. The tower vibrated faintly, not with sound, but with the memory of heat, wind, rain, devotion. It was alive in its own way, shaped not by ambition or haste, but by slow, persistent intention. Generations later, when Qianshuan's name began to fade into the quiet corners of history, the Iron Pagoda remained. It endured floods that swallowed entire blocks of Kaifeng. It endured earthquakes that toppled the walls of palaces. It endured wars, famines, dynastic collapses, invasions, looting, and the erosion of time itself. Even when the Yellow River changed its course and the land around it shifted, the pagoda stood. Historians who study the pagoda today marvel at its resilience. Engineers uncover design elements that Qianshuan understood intuitively, microgaps between bricks that allowed flexibility, glazing that repelled water, a foundation spread across layers of sand and clay that mimicked the river's own sediment. But what they often fail to grasp is the deeper truth that guided Qianshuan. Durability is not created by materials. Durability is created by patience. A rushed structure is weak long before it stands. A patient structure is strong long before it is tested. The Iron Pagoda teaches a truth most people forget. Storms do not break what time has strengthened. Pressure does not crush what time has shaped. Failure does not destroy what time has healed. And wealth, true, enduring wealth, follows this same rhythm. For what is wealth, if not a structure? Wealth can be built with speed, but it will collapse with equal hastiness. Wealth can be built with force, but it will shatter at the first sign of stress. Wealth can be built with frenzy, but it will crumble under the turbulence of emotion. Yet wealth built slowly, with clarity, patience, discipline, consistency, becomes unshakable. A fortune grown as steadily as the firing of clay. A reputation strengthened like the cooling of brick. A skill refined like glaze perfected over seasons. A life constructed like the Iron Pagoda, layer upon layer, intention upon intention, year upon year. Slow strength is not glamorous. It will never draw applause. But slow strength is eternal. The Iron Pagoda stands because time was invited to participate in its creation. Qianshuan built with the humility to let seasons speak. He built with the courage to work slowly. He built with the understanding that the future belongs to those who craft it gently. This is the sixth teaching in the Tao of Money. The teaching of compounding. The teaching of long horizons. The teaching of strength that does not tremble in storms. The teaching of the iron that was never iron. The iron that was simply patient earth, hidden deep within the mountains of the Tang Dynasty's imperial domain. Beyond the palatial halls and ceremonial courtyards, there existed a place few had ever seen. A private garden said to be so serene that even the wind quieted when it entered. It was known among court whispers as the Hidden Pond, a sanctuary reserved not for emperors alone, but for those who understood the rare art of invisibility. The pond did not appear on any official map. It lay tucked behind layers of bamboo groves and camphor trees, reachable only by a narrow path of flat stones that curved like calligraphy strokes through the forest. Court officials rumored that even many within the palace had never found it. It was a refuge for clarity, reflection, and secrecy, a sanctuary built not to display power, but to protect it. Its origins trace back to Emperor Xuanzong, long before the decline of his reign. During his early years, when he was still known for wisdom rather than excess, he consulted a reclusive landscape architect named Li Chen. Li Chen had spent decades wandering the natural world: deserts, rivers, mountains, abandoned temples, recording how silence moved, where animals hid, and how water settled in untouched basins. He believed the greatest strength a ruler could possess was not glory, but discernment, and discernment required retreat. When the emperor asked him to design a private garden, Li Chen offered something unexpected. He bowed deeply and said, "A place that advertises itself invites ruin. A place that hides itself endures." Intrigued, the emperor asked what he meant. Li Chen replied with a story from his years of wandering. He spoke of a mountain village he once visited where a drought had nearly destroyed the crops. The villagers searched everywhere for a water source, wells, streams, rivers, but each had dried beneath the relentless sun. Only an elderly woman remained calm. She led Li Chen to a small grove behind her cottage, where a tiny pond shimmered with clear water despite the drought. It was fed by a hidden underground spring that no one else had known existed. "How did you find this?" Li Chen asked her. She smiled faintly. "Because I never showed it to anyone." Li Chen carried that lesson into his life, and eventually into the design of the hidden pond. The emperor agreed to his vision, giving him complete freedom and instructing the palace guards never to follow him during construction. For years, Li Chen sculpted the landscape in silence, using no grand halls or elaborate structures. He let the land guide him. He removed only what obscured the natural flow. He placed stones where the earth already leaned. He carved paths where animals once walked. And at the heart of the garden, he uncovered an ancient natural spring, quiet, deep, and fed by unseen currents. He transformed the spring into a pond, scoring its edges with moss-covered stones and planting water lilies that opened only in moonlight. He surrounded it with bamboo so dense that a single arrow could not pass through it. The design was more sanctuary than spectacle, a place not to impress the eye, but to soften the mind. There is a story, recorded in the private diaries of a Tang eunuch, of the first moment Emperor Xuanzong visited the hidden pond. After stepping through the bamboo veil, he stopped, breath caught in his throat. The air was cool, smelling faintly of mint and river moss. Dragonflies hovered over the water like moving jewels. The pond reflected not only the sky, but the emperor's face with startling clarity, as if the surface itself were a polished jade mirror. "This," the emperor whispered, "is freedom." Li Chen bowed. "No, Your Majesty. This is concealment, and concealment is freedom." From that day onward, the hidden pond became the emperor's true seat of clarity. He held no meetings there. No decrees were signed. No processions followed. The place was reserved for one sacred purpose: to disappear from the noise of empire and see the world without distortion. Li Chen is said to have told the emperor, "A treasure that is hidden cannot be stolen. A thought that is quiet cannot be manipulated. A ruler who retreats becomes stronger than a ruler who displays. This was the philosophy behind the hidden pond. The idea that power preserved in silence lasts longer than power flaunted in brightness. But as the years passed, the garden became more than just the emperor's refuge. It grew into a symbol whispered in poetry and painted in scrolls, not by direct description, but by implication. Poets wrote of the place where water rests without name. Painters illustrated the pond that reveals but does not speak. Scholars debated whether the garden truly existed or was merely an allegory for the inner world. The truth was both. The garden existed, and it was an allegory. The hidden pond represented a deeper principle, one Li Chen believed more fervently than any other. True strength is quiet. True wealth is protected. The most powerful things in the world do not announce themselves. A pond that flaunts its beauty becomes crowded. A treasure that shines too brightly invites thieves. A man who boasts of wealth becomes a target. A ruler who displays power exposes weakness. A woman who reveals her deepest plans risks losing them. A family that shows its riches to the world becomes vulnerable. Li Chen understood that survival of gardens, rulers, fortunes depended on selective invisibility. He taught the emperor that obscurity is not failure, it is armor. That silence is not emptiness, it is preservation. That withdrawal is not weakness, it is strategy. And so, the hidden pond became the birthplace of the seventh teaching in the Tao of Money, the teaching of stealth wealth, the art of protecting prosperity by refusing to display it. In the years following its creation, the hidden pond evolved into something far greater than a mere refuge for the emperor. It became an invisible axis of stability in the Tang court, a place where clarity could exist, untouched by ceremony, unspoiled by ambition, unobserved by those who sought to influence power. Those who were granted the rare privilege of entering the sanctuary often emerged transformed, their minds lighter, their judgments sharper, their hearts steadier. But the truth is this: very few ever entered. Li Chen was deliberate in this. He believed that a sanctuary loses its power the moment it becomes accessible to everyone. In his personal scrolls, he wrote, "A secret shared widely becomes noise. A sanctuary entered often becomes a stage." He feared that if the hidden pond became a fashionable retreat, it would lose the very essence that made it sacred, its invisibility. So he restricted its access with quiet authority. Even high-ranking officials did not know where the garden lay, only that the emperor vanished there from time to time. Guards were ordered not to follow. Servants were forbidden to speak of it. And Li Chen ensured that even the paths leading to it were disguised by the natural shifting of foliage. No markers, no signs, only instinct and memory. One of the rare individuals who eventually found her way to the hidden pond was a young court musician named Mei Hua, known for her flawless Guqin performances, but privately recognized by Li Chen as a woman with profound intuition. She had been a favorite of the emperor during his enlightened years, long before palace politics grew turbulent. Her music was not showy, it was quiet, refined, and almost painfully honest. Li Chen believed that such a spirit deserved to see the garden. When Mei Hua entered the hidden pond for the first time, she felt as though she were stepping into the heart of silence itself. The air trembled with the softness of dragonfly wings. Every breath carried the scent of bamboo dew. Even the water seemed to sing, though it made no sound. She sat at the water's edge for hours, gazing into the reflection that shimmered beneath the veil of lily pads. Later, she wrote in her personal journal, "The pond showed me my life without decoration. I realized I had been living as a song performed for others, not for myself." Mei Hua visited the garden often, always alone, always with gratitude. And it was through her that a deeper layer of its meaning emerged. The hidden pond was not merely a place for concealment, but a place where the truth of one's inner world could safely rise without fear of judgment. The court, however, began to change. Ambition thickened in the palace halls like smoke. Whispers traveled faster than integrity. Ministers jockeyed for influence. Eunuchs traded secrets like coins. Alliances formed and dissolved with the moon. And as the emperor's later years slid into indulgence and distraction, the peace that once characterized the Tang heartland began to fracture. But throughout this turbulence, the hidden pond remained untouched, a sanctuary uncorrupted by the political storms that ravaged the outer palace. There is a lesser-known story of a young scribe named Han Zixian, who became entangled in a dangerous conflict between two rival ministers. He was innocent, merely a recorder of documents, yet he somehow possessed the one thing that threatened both sides: knowledge. His life hung in the balance. If he chose one faction, he risked being branded a traitor. If he chose the other, he risked being silenced forever. Panicked and unable to sleep, Han Zixian fled into the forest near the palace, hoping to find a place to think. By pure chance, or through the strange workings of fate, he stumbled into the bamboo corridors leading to the hidden pond. When he emerged into the clearing, the still water stunned him into quiet. His breath slowed. His racing mind softened. He described the moment years later. It was as though my fears fell to the bottom of the pond, leaving only clarity on its surface. He sat at the pond for an entire night, listening to the faint whisper of leaves. And in that stillness, a plan formed, not one driven by fear, but by simplicity. He withdrew from both factions without declaring loyalty to either. He feigned illness. He reduced his visibility. He made himself a shadow, not an opponent. And because he became small, he survived. Hiddenness, he later wrote, saved my life. Li Chen believed stories like these were proof of an ancient truth. Invisibility is one of the greatest forms of strength. Those who cannot be found cannot be attacked. Those who do not shine cannot be envied. Those who do not compete cannot be defeated. He saw the dangers of display long before they overtook the court. In his early years as a landscape architect, he had traveled through provinces where bandits roamed freely. He learned to recognize which villages survived raids and which perished. The pattern was unmistakable. Villages that flaunted wealth, colorfully painted doors, decorated walls, grand gateways attracted danger. Villages that looked ordinary, even shabby, were often left untouched. Protect what you have, Li Chen wrote in his notes, by refusing to decorate it. This philosophy shaped not only the hidden pond, but Li Chen's entire world view. The garden's pathways were deliberately narrow to discourage gatherings. Its plantings were commonplace enough to avoid drawing interest. Its beauty was not the beauty of spectacle, but of harmony, the kind that reveals itself only to those who slow down enough to notice it. And this delicate invisibility gave it strength. Years later, during a time of palace upheaval, when rebels stormed outer courtyards and clashed with loyal guards, the hidden pond remained quiet and untouched, not because it was guarded, but because it was unknown. It was the one place in the palace where silence held sovereignty. Li Chen's teachings grew deeper during his old age. He often told the emperor, "What is protected is not what is hidden behind walls. What is protected is what no one thinks to look for." He believed that the greatest treasures, peace, clarity, security, wealth, were safest when wrapped in ordinariness. The emperor, during the rare moments when he still sought wisdom, asked him why he made the garden so difficult to find. Li Chen answered simply, "Because anything precious that is easy to find is easy to lose." This became the foundational law of the hidden pond, a law that would shape its legacy for centuries, and it is the heart of the seventh teaching in the Tao of Money, the teaching of invisibility, protection, and the quiet strength of not being seen. As the Tang dynasty drifted toward its later and more troubled years, the palace became a place of brittle grandeur. Silk still shimmered in the lantern light. Musicians still performed in inner courtyards. Scholars still debated beneath carved screens. But beneath the polished surface, tension ran like an undercurrent. Alliances shifted like shadows. Power became sharp, hungry, unstable. Yet the hidden pond remained untouched by the tides of ambition. It existed like a breath held between the world's harsh inhalations, still, quiet, invisible. Only a few ever reached it, and those who did found their lives forever changed by the silence that lived there. The pond had a way of showing people not what they wanted to see, but what they needed. Among these few was a general named Rongxian, a man known throughout the empire for his victories along the western frontier. He was feared for his explosive temper, admired for his tactical brilliance, and resented for the influence his successes granted him. But despite his apparent strength, Rongxian carried a secret that threatened to undo him. He could not stop imagining betrayal. Years of war had carved suspicion into the deepest parts of his mind. He distrusted even his closest men. He interpreted quiet as conspiracy. He saw plots in the simplest gestures. His paranoia grew until he feared even entering the palace, convinced that ministers whispered schemes behind every door. One evening, unable to bear the pressure, he walked alone into the forest surrounding the palace. He followed no path, only an instinct to escape the walls closing in on him. Eventually, he reached the veil of bamboo that concealed the hidden pond. When he stepped through it, the clearing welcomed him with a silence so profound it startled him. He stood at the water's edge, armor clinking softly, and felt something he had not felt in years. Stillness. The pond reflected him with unsettling clarity. Not as a general, not as a symbol of power, just as a man, exhausted, fearful, brittle. He sank to his knees, realizing how much weight he had carried, and how much of it he had created himself. Li Chen, who had been tending the moss near the opposite shore, approached quietly. The general bowed his head, ashamed that the landscape architect had witnessed his vulnerability. Li Chen knelt beside him and said gently, "Paranoia is the noise left behind by unprotected strength." Rongxian frowned. "What do you mean?" Li Chen motioned to the pond. "Strength that is displayed becomes a target. Strength that is concealed becomes untouchable." The general stared into the water, understanding dawning slowly. His victories had made him visible, too visible. His fame had made him vulnerable. Every time he triumphed, someone else began plotting against him. He had become the brightest flame in a room full of cold hands. Li Chen said softly, "To survive power, you must learn to dim the light you shine." That night, Rongxian made a decision that shocked the court. He withdrew from several public commands, delegated authority to his most trusted officers, and intentionally lowered his profile. Ministers interpreted it as weakness. Rivals mocked it as cowardice. But within months, the pressure around him faded. Whispered conspiracies ceased. The emperor's suspicion cooled. Enemies lost interest. And the general lived out the rest of his life in quiet security. Not because he fought harder, but because he disappeared strategically. The hidden pond had taught him a truth most people never learn. Protection is not found in strength displayed, but in strength concealed. Another story tells of an imperial painter named Wei Lian, whose talent rivaled the great artists of the dynasty. His works possessed a tranquility so deep that nobles and ministers competed fiercely to obtain them. This attention began to trouble him. His home attracted thieves. Jealous rivals sought to discredit him. At court, his skill drew envy instead of appreciation. Wei Lian grew weary. One night, unable to sleep, he wandered near the palace pond and encountered Mei Hua, the court musician. Their friendship had grown quietly through years of shared retreat into the garden's silence. Seeing the distress in his eyes, she guided him to sit beside the water. He confessed what he feared most, not failure, but recognition. Recognition had become a chain around his neck, dragging him toward dangers he never asked for. Mei Hua told him, "Beauty shown to everyone becomes a burden. Beauty shown to no one becomes a treasure." Inspired by her wisdom and by the stillness of the pond, Wei Lian made a decision few understood. He ceased accepting commissions. He withdrew from court appearances. He painted only for himself and for the hidden pond. His later works, barely known but deeply revered, were said to contain an energy unlike anything he produced before. The purity of art, created without the weight of eyes. Scholars centuries later would marvel at how such a brilliant artist had vanished from public life. But those who knew the truth realized he had not disappeared. He had simply chosen the safety of invisibility. Stories like these gave rise to a quiet saying in the Tang court: "The brightest lantern burns fastest. The hidden flame warms longest." This philosophy radiated from the hidden pond and seeped into the deeper culture of the palace. Some officials began dressing more modestly to avoid political envy. Merchants quietly diversified their income so rivals couldn't predict their prosperity. Even certain members of the imperial family sought anonymity during times of tension. Li Chen observed all of this with calm satisfaction, but he warned the emperor one evening: stillness must be protected. Secrecy must be maintained. If this garden becomes known, it will lose its power. The emperor nodded gravely, though he no longer visited the pond as often. By then, he had drifted into indulgence, distractions, and affairs of the heart. Yet even in his neglect, he understood the truth of Li Chen's warning. Visibility attracts trouble. Invisibility protects peace. As the dynasty grew increasingly unstable, rebellion stirring, taxes rising, borders weakening, the hidden pond remained the last place in the palace untouched by fear. It was the eye of the storm, a pool of clarity hidden in a world of noise. And the most extraordinary thing about it was this: it did not need walls. It did not need guards. It did not need locks or soldiers. It survived simply because hardly anyone knew it existed. This was Li Chen's brilliance, his wild, quiet genius, his understanding that the safest treasures are those that hide in plain ordinariness. A jewel displayed invites thieves. A jewel buried becomes immortal. And so, in the realm of the Tang court, a world of spectacle, luxury, rivalry, and upheaval, the hidden pond became the embodiment of a single, profound truth. Power that protects itself is silent. Wealth that wishes to endure must learn to disappear. In the final years of Emperor Xuanzong's life, as the Tang court strained under the weight of rebellions and internal fractures, Li Chen spent more time at the hidden pond than anywhere else in the palace. The garden had become, in many ways, the last remnant of the emperor's early wisdom, a quiet sanctuary untouched by the indulgence and turmoil that now defined the realm. The bamboo still swayed gently around it. The lilies still opened at moonrise. The water remained perfectly clear, a mirror reflecting not just the sky, but an entire philosophy of survival. Li Chen knew the world beyond the bamboo was growing louder. Rumors echoed through the palace halls, each one sharper than the last. The An Lushan rebellion brewed like a distant storm, threatening to break open the empire. Ministers panicked. Generals braced for chaos. But Li Chen understood something the rest of the court did not. Survival in times of upheaval does not come from strength displayed, but from strength concealed. One evening, sensing the winds of disaster shifting, he met with the emperor at the hidden pond. It was one of the last times they would speak alone. The emperor, his once brilliant eyes dimmed by age and regret, asked Li Chen, "Will this garden survive what is coming?" Li Chen knelt beside the pond, letting the water ripple slightly under his touch. "It will," he answered, "because it has no reason to be destroyed." The Emperor frowned softly. I do not understand. Li Chen pointed toward the water. This pond threatens no one. It boasts nothing. It holds no symbols of power. It does not challenge armies. It does not carry wealth. It is invisible. And what is invisible is often spared, even by accident. The Emperor stared at the still surface, absorbing the lesson. Then I should have ruled more like this pond. Li Chen said nothing. Some truths need no confirmation. After that evening, he visited the garden daily, tending to the smallest corners, brushing leaves from stone pathways, trimming the bamboo with careful hands. To outsiders, it may have seemed that he was wasting his final years. But Li Chen believed that maintaining the hidden pond, its serenity, its secrecy, its invisibility, was more valuable than any political act he could perform. During this period, a young maid named Yun He, newly appointed to assist in the palace kitchens, discovered the garden by chance. She had lost her way while gathering herbs and found herself wandering deeper into the forest than she intended. When she pushed aside a curtain of bamboo and saw the pond glowing under the late afternoon light, she froze. It felt as though she had entered a dream, a place that existed outside time. Li Chen appeared behind her, silent as a drifting leaf. She fell to her knees, apologizing profusely for intruding. But Li Chen shook his head. You did not intrude, he said gently. The pond allowed you to find it. Yun He, trembling, asked why she had been permitted a sight so sacred when she was merely a servant. Li Chen motioned toward the water. This place accepts people based on the quiet they carry, not the titles they hold. He invited her to sit. Together, they watched the soft ripples from dragonflies touching the surface. Yun, who confessed her fears. She felt invisible in the palace, unnoticed, unimportant, swallowed by a world too vast to acknowledge her existence. Li Chen listened patiently. Then he told her a truth that would shape the rest of her life. There is a power in invisibility that the world does not understand. When no one sees you, no one limits you. You may go anywhere, hear anything, learn everything. You are the sky between stars, unseen, yet infinite. Yun He carried these words with her. Years later, during the rebellion, she used her invisibility to escape the palace, rescue 2 orphan children, and build a life in a distant province. Her descendants would recall her as a woman of tremendous wisdom, one who never boasted, never sought praise, yet quietly became the pillar of an entire village. Li Chen's teachings echoed in her decisions long after the hidden pond disappeared from the world's memory. Another story, less known but deeply revealing, concerns a high-ranking minister named Du Shiming, who sought Li Chen's guidance in secret. Du Shiming had grown wealthy through subtle corruption, accumulating land and influence far beyond what his official salary permitted. But with wealth came fear. Rivals whispered. Inspectors grew suspicious. His position became precarious, not because he possessed too little, but because he had shown too much. Li Chen led him to the pond and asked him one question. Why do you display what you most fear losing? Du Shiming froze. He had no answer. Li Chen continued. A tree that grows openly along the road is cut first. A tree that grows deep in the forest lives longest. The minister trembled as he looked into the pond's reflection. What should I do? Disappear, Li Chen said. Let your wealth become quiet. Let your influence become invisible. Let your life become ordinary. He advised Du Shiming to dissolve certain holdings, withdraw from public feasts, give away unnecessary luxury items, and reduce his visible lifestyle until he resembled a man of modest means. The minister obeyed, reluctantly at first, then with growing clarity. And when the rebellion struck, those who flaunted wealth were targeted first. Du Shiming survived because he had vanished into simplicity. To others, he appeared unlucky, diminished, forgotten. But in truth, he had become untouchable. This was the genius embedded in the hidden pond, a truth reflected in every stone, every ripple, every shadow. To preserve what is precious, make it ordinary. To protect what is powerful, make it quiet. To safeguard wealth, remove its light. Li Chen believed the greatest mistake of human nature was the urge to display, to prove, to shine, to be seen. He taught that the strongest fortunes are those wrapped in silence. He believed a hidden pond is stronger than a roaring river. A quiet treasure is safer than a celebrated one. A modest life is more stable than a magnificent one. In the final years before the rebellion tore through the palace, Li Chen was often seen walking the perimeter of the pond at dusk, his steps slow, his hands clasped behind his back. He watched the moon rise from behind the lotus leaves, its reflection trembling with the slightest breeze. Those who were close enough to hear him would later recall his soft words. No enemy can attack what he does not know exists. And in that simple sentence lived an entire lifetime of understanding. This is the heart of the hidden pond. The heart of Li Chen's legacy. The seventh teaching in the Tao of money. Invisible wealth is indestructible. Quiet prosperity endures. Those who hide their fortune keep it longest. The An Lushan rebellion swept across the Tang Empire like a dark tide, sudden and violent. The once glittering capital of Chang'an fell into chaos, and the palace, long a symbol of harmony and refinement, became a labyrinth of fear. Those who had shined brightest became targets first. Generals with polished armor, ministers with luxurious mansions, noble families whose wealth had been the envy of courtiers for decades. Their visibility became their downfall. Brilliance, once celebrated, turned into a beacon for destruction. Wealth, once displayed, became a trap. Status, once flaunted, became an invitation to ruin. In those desperate months, the hidden pond remained untouched. It was shielded not by guards, not by walls, not by military strategy, but by something far more powerful. Its anonymity. It was invisible, and thus it survived. When the palace fell and rebels flooded its halls, they ransacked treasuries, smashed golden ornaments, and torched the grand pavilions. But they never reached the garden behind the veils of bamboo. They did not know it existed. The pond breathed quietly beneath the moon, a world untouched by war, holding its serenity like a secret cupped between the hands of Earth. Li Chen did not survive the rebellion. His age and frailty made escape impossible, but those who found him said he died sitting on the mossy stones near the water's edge, head bowed as if in meditation, fingertips resting lightly on the surface of the pond. The bamboo rustled around him, not in mourning, but in quiet acknowledgement. He died as he lived, calm, unseen, and at peace. After the rebellion ended and imperial forces reclaimed the palace, only a handful of survivors remembered the hidden pond. Among them was Mei Hua, the court musician. Her once elegant hands trembled when she returned to the ruins of her home. She feared the garden had been destroyed like everything else. But when she stepped through the bamboo, the pond greeted her as though nothing had happened. The lilies floated undisturbed. Dragonflies hovered in soft patterns. The water reflected the sky with the stillness of unbroken glass. Mei Hua fell to her knees, tears spilling onto the stones. "The world has burned," she whispered, "but you remain." She believed this was Li Chen's final lesson to the Empire, perhaps to her personally. Not all things need to face the world. Not all treasures must be shared. Not all beauty must be announced. Not all wealth belongs in the light. The hidden pond endured precisely because it refused to show itself. Mei Hua became its quiet guardian for the rest of her life. She told no one of its location. She tended the bamboo, brushed leaves from the water, and played her guqin in the twilight, letting the pond listen in silence. Visitors rarely came. When they did, they arrived by accident, guided by instinct rather than intention, and each one left with their lives changed, softened, protected by the sanctuary's quiet wisdom. Eventually, the garden faded from official record. After Mei Hua passed away, memories of it dissolved into rumor. Some believed it drowned in a later flood. Others claimed the bamboo swallowed it whole. A few poets whispered that it simply vanished, hidden once again, this time by history itself. But its philosophy did not vanish. It seeped into the culture like water into stone. Parents taught their children the value of modesty. Merchants learned to keep their ledgers quiet. Scholars cherished anonymity over recognition. Generals avoided unnecessary display. Families protected prosperity through silence. The hidden pond became a metaphor woven into stories, poems, proverbs. A treasure shown invites thieves. A treasure hidden invites time. Gold buried survives dynasties. Gold displayed survives the season. The deep pool shelters the dragon. The shallow pool attracts arrows. And though the pond itself may be lost to the ages, its legacy remains one of the Empire's most enduring shadows, a reminder that the strength of silence surpasses the strength of spectacle. Centuries later, a philosopher of the Southern Song period wrote a commentary on Li Chen's teachings. In it, he observed, "The pond teaches that wealth is safest where the eye does not linger. Power is strongest when it does not boast. The wise do not shine, they glow from within. This is the essence of the seventh teaching in the Tao of Money. To protect your fortune, make it invisible. To preserve your peace, keep your success quiet. To endure in a world of noise, move like water hidden under stone. For those who understand this, prosperity does not become a burden. It becomes an anchor. It becomes a slow-burning flame, steady enough to weather storms, subtle enough to evade envy, deep enough to nourish generations. And so, the hidden pond, though forgotten by history's books, survives through its wisdom, calm, invisible, eternal. Near the western border of the Zhou Kingdom, where the mountains folded into one another like layers of ancient parchment, there stood an old wooden gate known as the Gate of the Ox. Travelers rarely passed through it. Merchants preferred the paved trade routes. Soldiers avoided it for its remoteness. But the locals believed the gate held a strange, unspoken magic, a place where men arrived carrying burdens and left carrying none at all. It was here, according to legend, that Lao Tzu himself paused before disappearing from the world. The old master had grown weary of the court, weary of politics, weary of the endless struggles of those who believed power could be seized rather than understood. He had watched rulers rise and fall, each repeating the same mistake, mistaking effort for wisdom, force for clarity, ambition for direction. He wished for none of these. And so one evening, with nothing but a dusty robe and an old ox as his companion, he left the capital in silence. Word spread, as it always does, but slowly, for Lao Tzu was never a man who stirred noise. Those who admired him assumed he would return once he had recovered his strength. But he did not return. Instead, he walked west, following the wind as it drifted across the plains. When he arrived at the Gate of the Ox, the sun was low, staining the mountains in shades of amber and deep violet. The ox grazed quietly at his side. The air was thin and cool. A border guard named Yin Shi, stationed there to monitor travelers, recognized the old man at once. He bowed deeply, overwhelmed by the sense that he stood in the presence of a living river, gentle, ancient, endlessly flowing. "Master," Yin Shi said, "why do you leave the world behind?" Lao Tzu smiled in the way only those who understand the end of a long path can smile. "Because the world does not know itself," he answered. "And until it does, it cannot know me." Yin Shi begged him to leave a record of his teachings, not for the rulers, not for the scholars, but for the quiet souls who wished to live without force, without fear, without the weight of ambition. Lao Tzu hesitated. The very idea of writing down wisdom felt contradictory to the nature of the Tao. But the sincerity in Yin Shi's voice touched him, so he agreed. He sat beneath an ancient pine tree. He watched the ox chew patiently. He listened to the wind as it moved through the grass. And there, in the stillness between breaths, he wrote the Tao Te Ching, 70-odd verses that would outlive empires, wars, dynasties, and centuries. It is said he wrote without rushing, letting each line emerge like water rising naturally in a spring. Yin Shi watched him in awe, nervously guarding the gate, while the master shaped the philosophy that would eventually flow into every corner of civilization. When he finished, Lao Tzu closed the manuscript gently and handed it to the guard. "This is not a map," he said. "It is a mirror. Those who read it will not find a path. They will find themselves." Then, without ceremony or witness, he mounted his ox and rode beyond the gate, disappearing into the horizon. No one knows where he went. Some say he wandered into the mountains and became a hermit. Others believe he transcended the world entirely. A few claim he still walks among us, drifting through time like the wind, unseen yet always present. But what he left behind, his words, his silence, his way, became the heart of every teaching we've traveled through in this long journey. The effortless power of the Silk Road, the flexibility of bamboo, the paradox of jade, the patient hook of Jiangxia, the stillness of Shunyu's lake, the slow strength of the iron pagoda, the invisibility of the hidden pond. All of it points back to the same truth. The Tao is simple. The world is noisy. And wealth, the true kind, belongs to those who return to simplicity. In the final light of that evening, as Lao Tzu vanished beyond the gate of the ox, Yin Shi later wrote, "The world did not lose him. The world simply became too loud to hear him." For months after Lao Tzu's departure, Yin Shi remained transfixed by the small manuscript the old master had left in his care. He read it by lamplight during long, lonely nights at the border post. He read it during quiet dawns when mist drifted through the valleys like drifting silk. And with each reading, he felt as though the verses changed, not in ink, but in meaning. Sometimes the words felt like a whisper, sometimes like a riddle, sometimes like water flowing from a place he had forgotten existed. The Tao is everywhere and nowhere, one verse read. To know it, stop looking. That line haunted him. He began noticing details he had always ignored. The rhythm of the oxen walking down the road, the way grass boughs bent under dew, the hush before a breeze turned into wind. The world seemed to move differently, as though everything had slowed enough for him to finally perceive the invisible motion beneath it. He realized, slowly and painfully, that he had never truly seen anything in his life. He had spent years guarding a gate, yet had not once considered what the gate represented. A threshold, a boundary, a transition, a place where things left, and where things were allowed to enter. And then it struck him. Lao Tzu had chosen the gate of the ox, not by accident, but because it was the most Taoist place in the entire kingdom, a point between worlds, a place that belonged to neither side, a threshold where nothing was held, nothing was forced, nothing was permanent. The simplicity of this truth shook him. One evening, as dusk deepened into blue, Yin Shi carried the manuscript to the pine tree where Lao Tzu had sat. He rested his hand against the trunk, feeling the rough bark under his fingers. He whispered, "Master, I understand now." The ox that had accompanied Lao Tzu had left deep hoofprints in the dirt near the gate, already beginning to fade. Yin Shi knelt beside them, tracing the impressions with his fingertips. He saw in them a metaphor the master had never spoken aloud, The Tao leaves marks, but never insists they remain. The next morning, he made a decision that would astonish future historians. He resigned from his post, abandoned the border gate, and wandered into the countryside with nothing but a small bag of rice and the manuscript tucked into his robes. Those who later chronicled his life claimed he spent the rest of his years teaching the Tao not through lectures, but through actions, working in fields, helping villagers repair roofs, guiding travelers along difficult mountain paths, sitting in silence with the grieving. He lived without display, without ambition, without a desire to be remembered. And because he lived this way, he became impossible to forget. Decades after his death, wandering monks would recount the stories of a humble man who embodied the Tao simply by existing. They spoke of his calm presence during storms, his gentle certainty during quarrels, his ability to make others feel as though they were sitting at the center of a still pond. Some even believed he had glimpsed where Lao Tzu went after crossing the gate, though Yin Shi never claimed to know. One monk wrote in his journal, "He carried no title, yet he taught more than any scholar. He owned nothing, yet he was never poor. He spoke rarely, yet his silence was a scripture." Yin Shi had become the perfect student of the Tao, not because he mastered the text, but because he mastered the space between the words. In his final days, he returned to the Gate of the Ox, now mossy and aging. Travelers who passed through the region described seeing a gray-haired man sitting beside the gate, leaning against the pine tree as if waiting for someone. When asked whom he waited for, he smiled gently and said, "For the world to quiet itself." He died beneath that tree, the manuscript resting on his lap. Locals buried him near the gate, marking the grave with a simple stone. No name, no title, only a single character carved lightly into its surface. The manuscript itself continued its own journey. Some say it was carried by monks to a distant monastery. Others claim a wandering scholar brought it to a new kingdom. A few believe that Yin Shi made copies in secret, dispersing them across the land like seeds carried by wind. What matters is this: the Tao Te Ching survived. It flowed across centuries. It crossed borders and oceans. It whispered itself into countless minds. The teachings were not preserved by empires or armies. They were preserved by simplicity, by humility, by the gentle courage of those who lived without display. The Tao has never needed protection, only quiet hands willing to hold it.